Yo, my mic was on. Did you guys hear me piss? What the fuck? So cool. I'm gonna start doing, instead of intro music, I'm just gonna, like, drink a fuck ton of water and, like, piss for 10 minutes, and that's gonna be, like, the stream intros from now on. Hold on. Aiden lost to Grodd, never forget. So true. We'll never forget. So, I realized, I think the last stream was, like, a week ago, and I think I'm wearing, like, the exact same shirt. Uh, I promise you, I've changed my shirt in that span of time. It's been a week, so I guess I put on the same thing. But hold on, I'm trying to plug in my mouse. It's dying here, one sec. There's a lot of shit to cover. I don't even know, honestly, where to begin. I mean, we can start, hold on. What is up, people? What is up? What's up? Is the mic good? Is the mic good? Is the mic good? I would rather hear that than your queer music. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for all. I come back after a week. It's so supportive. It's so supportive. Thank you so much. Very, very supportive. So what's up? Nose is looking I have a light, okay, and it's reflecting on my face. I don't know, man. Looks like you haven't changed shirts in a week. Very true. Very accurate. Um, yeah. So I guess Bobby's back at it again. More Bobby tent. We could check that out. Apparently, so for those of you that don't know, I think everybody, I'm honestly, I don't like to say, I don't speak for everyone. I'm actually speaking for everyone. I think everyone was like ready to stop covering this guy because it was going to be like the same thing over and over and over and over again. Like, how many times can you make fun of like the cringe like photos he keeps posting? But he like just lied that Nick was comment cop, um, and tried to incite another like Nick Technicals war. And then after that, it's like, yeah, nobody feels bad about covering him. He's just like constantly taking shots, being really pathetic. So we'll check this out. All right. Did you hear about the? Yeah, we're getting into all that. We're getting into all that. One thing at a, oh, listen, this was a great day to come back because there's just like so fucking much. We'll be here for a while. Um, yeah, one sec. Where is my browser up? Just want to make sure there's nothing here. Okay. Nothing too revealing. All right. Oh wait. Sorry. I was watching Family Guy. My bad. Um so anyways, Bobby apparently made some new tweets. Yeet tweeted it out and dude, Boblax loves any shred of attention, positive or negative, because this is his like replacement for having an actual life. He's like the difference between a guy like me and a guy like Boblax. I'm totally okay with admitting that I'm terminally online. I have no issue admitting that. Okay, I spend a great deal of time on the internet, but I do it out of choice. Okay, and if like I wanted to go do something else, I absolutely could. I leave for years sometimes, and go do other things, right? The problem is Boblax turns to the internet because there is no other option for this man. Or there is no other option for this individual, okay? There is no other option for this person. And that's difficult. It's difficult. So sometimes you need like reaffirmation that you really exist, and seeing people talk to you and interact with you kind of gives you that affirmation. I'm a real person, guys. I exist. And I guess this is Bolex is trying to stir up more controversy to get attention. How long till? What do you guys care that I fucking put Hoi 4 on the screen? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? You're so parasocial and okay, so Diorio tweets. Let me get rid of this thing. Wait, fuck. Let me turn off this. All right. You're so parasocial. Wait, Diorio tweets. Well, I was expecting more than usual. Internet Versus posts significantly more frequently with better topics and more relevant tweets. Stop giving me your opinion. No one cares what you think. Just read the tweets. When will you sell your Tesla? Hold on. I want to see the original Diorio tweet before we. Holy fuck. Does this guy ever stop tweeting? Okay. Boblax's new Twitter Versus is just a shitty commentary video where he hardly reads any tweets. The surprising part is that most of the comments aren't saying he sucks or making jokes at his expense. They're demanding he cover Carmelo. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm sorry, we're all over the place. Why don't we just check it out? Let's just check out the new Twitter Versus. Why not? We need context here. What is so bad about this that has everybody up in arms? Okay, you can actually type in Boblax's name and find his channel now. All right, we're going places. We're going places. What I'll say is,
I feel like every year
Boblax waited until he lost his house to like realize what people wanted. And he actually like when he was like covering like Carl Jobst and shit, he actually like did he take down the video? Oh no, he actually like was getting views again. Right? Because he's a topic-dependent channel. Nobody's watching for him. They're watching for the topic. And when he finally lost his house, he decides he's going to actually start doing what he's supposed to. The views go back up. But I guess the new video kind of deviates from that, right? This isn't like a topic that seems like it's going to... Twitter versus dumb fundraisers is such a vague topic. You need, like, for somebody like Boblax, where his views are hinging upon people's interest in these topics... You can't do like these vague abstract topics. You have to do like very specific things.
So I feel like every year the IQ of Twitter overall has just been getting lower and lower and lower to the point where people are now donating.
What is this audio Hold on. Is that my headphone? Is this like
money to causes that don't really need money. These 3 fundraisers I'm going to talk about in this video.
Okay, so he's talking about like 3 vaguely related, like with a channel like yours, you want to make a video on the denims, like do Twitter versus denims. That would get views, okay? You want to do that, do that. You want to do Twitter versus Shiloh Hendrix? Do that. But to like merge all 3 of these like vaguely related topics together into one video, this video is just not going to do well.
Seriously make crypto bros seem like financial geniuses, because at least they're getting a PNG out of their purchase. I don't know what you get out of donating to somebody who sung a Hitler song, somebody who called an autistic black 5-year-old the N-word, or Denim's trying to fundraise a lawsuit against Ethan Klein, when the alleged defamation she's filing a lawsuit against derives from a live stream that she—
No, it's, I can tell that he's trying to make, I don't know. Does Boblax still use he? I don't even know. Last time I checked, it said he, him is allowed. So we'll do that until I'm told otherwise. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So it's not just that like he's clearly trying to make his voice like sound different. It's not just that. It's also like you can hear like every like plosive and fucking like it's like he's like this close to the mic with like no audio editing, no like post-production, so you just like hear like every little burst of air leave his mouth.
She herself deleted. Let's talk about this one first. So this is part of the whole Ethan Klein versus iDub, Sasan Piker and co drama that got so big and heated that it got Ian, aka iDubbbz, to revive his Content Cop series, which had not had a new upload since 2017. And this was a very beloved and missed series, so it resulted in a big resurgence of viewership for him, which
You're
then—
so quiet and Bo like, is this loud enough for you? Can you hear me yet? Can you hear me? Is it good enough yet, guys? Okay. You're kind of quiet. Okay, how is it now? How is it now? How about now? Is it good now? Is it very good now? Louder. It needs to be louder. I can't even hear what you're saying. It's too quiet. Too loud. Make up your fucking mind, people. Oh my god.
Subsequently got
Wait, I have a limiter that's on. Why is the limiter only going to -15? It's supposed to. Okay, what does the limiter on here go to? Hold on. Huh? Huh?
eyes on the follow-up content.
Oh, this is just. I think the problem is this is just like super loud. Okay.
Deputy video by iDubbbz in which he shared more in depth
Okay, it should be like more leveled now. Are we good now? Are we good now? It seems fine.
feud specifically between Ethan Klein and Denims, which after Ethan responding to that,
Why do you say professional streamer like I've ever claimed that? I'm not a professional streamer. I've never claimed to be a professional streamer. I'm the opposite of professional.
that inspired Denims to make this GoFundMe, but the actual incident that happened is from March 1st of this year, where Denims reacted to another YouTuber who made false
We're not getting the house back with this one. We are not getting the house back with this one. Dude, Bobby's trying to make it back into the house. What's your job then? That's what I thought. Oh, I'm unemployed. I live completely off of other people. I actually like go online and like find like old men and women that like give me money. And I just like live off them. Issue?
false claims about the condition and well-being of the household where Ethan has 3 young sons, based on some comments Ethan made on his podcast about having some poop trouble with their youngest son, but nothing severe enough.
I'm not victim blaming, okay? I don't think there was enough basis here to like call CPS, okay? I mean, he has enough people in and out of his house where like if somebody was like actually concerned, they probably would call, right? I'm not victim blaming, but I am kind of victim blaming. Okay, if you have children and you're like in a space like Ethan Klein, actually just like in general, if you have children, you shouldn't be putting your you shouldn't be talking about your kids online. You shouldn't be putting your kids online. Like I don't, when you choose to do like internet stuff, you're signing up for this life. You're signing up for the implications. You're signing up to make yourself a public figure. Kids don't really understand the implications of that, and I don't feel like it's like very responsible to have them online. And not just that, but like another issue I have is that like at the height of this like drama, when like you were having these CPS calls and there were like deranged people after my family or whatever, as Ethan was saying, I don't understand why you would then like show your kids like faces uncensored. Like I feel like that's just like a really fucking bad idea. That doesn't like excuse people who are going after you. But it's like, if I know that the pit bull in that across the street, on the lawn across the street, is like rabid and is like tried to eat 2 fucking toddlers, I wouldn't then go let my kids play over there. It's like if I know the internet is like being super rabid towards me, or the fuck, I wouldn't put my kids on there.
Enough to have CPS called on them, which is what ended up happening when an anonymous viewer decided to call Child Protective Services. Ethan points to Denims watching the video of the YouTuber making false claims about Ethan and the state of his household as being a factor that led someone to calling CPS on them, whereas Denims—
Nice months old take. Oh my god, every single opinion of yours isn't like super fucking isn't the first time anyone's like ever made this analysis. Somebody's beat you to the opinion. Oh my god, then you can't reiterate it. If that were true, nobody would be making content right now. Nobody would be fucking making content right now. It's like, somebody else had this opinion a month before you. That's almost every opinion ever. That's almost like literally every opinion ever. Malding? Yeah, I am. Is there a problem with that? I am mad. Touched a nerve? Yes. He did touch a nerve. He absolutely touched a nerve. I am mad. I am upset. I am malding. I am spurging. I am seething. I am crawling. I am coping. What's the issue? Problem? Problem? Issue?
and iDubbbz argue that the
Aiden, you need to fix the chat delay? Well, maybe you need to, like, chat faster.
source would be a viewer of the H3 stream where Ethan made the comments. But that wouldn't really make sense since the comments were only made to be implied that they were severe once the middleman streamer called Bad Empanada amplified those comments from Ethan into a claim worth calling CPS on in the eyes of this anonymous viewer. So because Ethan attributes Denims as being an influence over the anonymous person who ended up calling CPS, Denims is calling that defamation and using that to propose.
Like, if you know nobody's watching for, like, I don't understand. Just make a Denims video. Why are you doing, like, 3, like, vaguely related Let's listen to his take on the Shiloh stuff, because I really don't care about Ethan Hassan.
Other who called an autistic black 5-year-old the N-word. And it has raised over $775,000 US as of this recording. Oh my god. So first let me show you the clip that surrounds this whole fundraiser.
What the fuck are you talking?
Did you call the word?
It's your fucking business.
It is my business. You call him an Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
Fuck you, Nick.
Alright, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging to
I haven't actually given my, like, obviously you're gonna know what my opinion on this is. Like, that's, like, a fucking horrible thing to, like, say. Like, yeah, no shit. But, like, on another level, like, I just have to, like, understand, like, think like a white supremacist for a minute. Think like a white supremacist just for a minute, okay? Why wouldn't you go and give your money to, like, white businesses why would you give your money to, like somebody like this, like, evidently has, like, very low, like, impulse control, like, a very probably, like, low IQ, like, individual? Why would this be, like, the portion of your, like, racial community that you choose to prop up? Like, why? Like, I don't understand. Like, even thinking like them, I don't fucking understand. I don't understand why this would be, like, the person you prop up and fund.
your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a little child?
What if he acts like one instead of...
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So
It's like, yeah, the other thing too is, like, if she, like, can't be, like, the bigger person and walk away, like, what kind of, like, behavior do you think her son's witnessing that she's just gonna, like, consistently model for him throughout life? Like, the poor fucking kid doesn't stand a chance.
that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit. Fuck off.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Alright, so that's what she did. This is what the GoFundMe says. Help me protect my family. Hello, my name is Shiloh, and I have been put into a very dire situation. Recently, I had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at the park.
I don't know a whole lot about the Carmelo Anthony stuff, but, like, I kind of just want to wait until the trial, because I feel like we're, like, missing something. I don't know. If I remember correctly, this kid, Carmelo Anthony, has, like, no discipline. Does he have, like, I could be off on this. He has, like, 0, like, disciplinary history, right? So it's like, why one day out of nowhere, for the first time, I mean, like, I know this happens many times. People just, you know, murder just fucking happens, right? But typically I feel like there's, like, when it's, like, impulsive like that, there would have been other signs of, like previous, like, run-ins, etc., etc. Like, it's just, like, I don't know if there's, like, something to this story that, like, I'm missing. I don't know if there's, like, something to, like, I don't understand, he had multiple disciplinary reports. Where? You want to link it in the server? Why does this guy just have a cam out at a playground? Well, the minute he's recording, there's, like, a dispute. It's probably the camera on his phone, and, like, it's very rare in, like, the 21st century that, like, somebody, like, leaves the house without a phone, and, like, if somebody's, like, screaming racial slurs at you, like, a lot of people would just record that. Also, I'm not commenting on the crime, but the white woman GoFundMe it's not a response. You're funding this because you like it. You're funding this because you like this low IQ deranged behavior. This whole cope, and there's a VTuber I'm actually covering in a minute, who tried to come up with this cope, like, we're just tired of it, which is why you're not tired of anything. You have a very fucking easy life. Like, you did this because you just want to prop up pieces of shit like this. It's not like your hand was forced. You're doing this because you want to. Like, somebody who's actually principled would sit back and say, yeah, like, I don't like either case or whatever. I don't think we should give money to people who I think have done shitty things. Okay, Ali Khan, you're just getting fucking banned. I don't think we should give money to people who have done shitty things or whatever the fuck. But no, you're okay, can we, like, do I have any mods? You're back? You just got back? Maybe, like, I'm not... Calm down. Okay. My one underpaid mod. Oh, wait, that's right. I don't pay you. Where was I? Okay, yeah. So if your, like, problem comes down to, oh, well, I don't like that, like, other people funded somebody I think did a shit thing, then just be against people funding people who do shit things. Like, what is this? You're doing this because you want to do it.
I called the kid out for what he was, aka the N-word, N-I-G-G-E-R. I don't know why she omitted that part, but continuing on, she says, another man, who we recently found out had a history with law enforcement, proceeded to record me and follow me to my car. He then posted these videos online, which has caused my family and myself great turmoil. So we are now at-
Great what? Great... Your one job is to read. You can't even do that?
Which has caused my family and myself great turmoil.
Turmoil?
So
turmoil?
We are now asking for $1 million. And their justification of this cost is them getting their phone leaked, their address leaked, getting harassed in public now, and wanting to relocate to get away from it potentially. Which all could have been avoided if you didn't call someone else's black child a racial slur. And then when you know someone is filming you to confront you about it, instead of apologizing, you double down, completely justify it, and tell him to fuck himself. All while knowing you're being recorded. That is just one of the most arrogant things you could do. So unfortunately, some bad people might have some extreme reactions to that. But the fact that people recognize you from that video where you acted shitty is kind of on you for being the one to act shitty in the first place. And with this being such an online thing, like, where would you even relocate to be safe from people who recognize you as the woman who is fundraising?
Okay. So he brings up all these, like, 3, like, examples of different kind of, like, related GoFundMes or whatever. A new race war just, oh my god. A race war. What is it? This is not like a... I don't understand, man. I don't get it. No, these people, like, they want a race war. They want to... Your average person doesn't, like, give a fuck about this or, like, look at it along racial guidelines. They just see, like, certain things as, like, shitty behavior. They don't think, like, everything is, like, team sports. Yes, okay, there is, I would say, like, people are like, oh, well, why are, like, black people so defensive of their own or whatever the fuck? And there's, like, much more, like, I could get into all the history for you, but there's much more, like, historical precedent for that. Like, as, like historically, like, being black in the United States, like, you were marginalized, like, and then, like, so your own community would need to, like, support you, and, like, other systems would not. And that's kind of created, like, more, what is it? That's kind of created more, like, defensiveness. But most black people don't have anything to do with Carmelo Anthony. I don't think it's, like, a black or white issue. And then, what's the kid? I forget his fucking name. The kid that Carmelo Anthony stabbed, his dad came forward. You know, I don't have all the details yet here, but the dad said, like, this isn't, like, a racial thing, right? This isn't a racial thing. It's somebody did something to my son, which is how a normal person should look at it. Aiden acting like he didn't see that? Like I didn't see what? Okay, I just want a quality chat. That's all I want. I just want a quality fucking chat. It's just fucking like brainlets, dude. Actual, like, my chat is just filled with like a bunch of fucking low IQ brainlets. I hate all of you. You suck. Okay, this is ridiculous. I'm doing this once, then we're going back into our topics. Anyone who fucking interrupts me is banned for the rest of the night.
Topics? My
Hello.
topics? He's doing this once, he's calling me.
Hello?
Oh my god, we're live. Listen, Aiden, what's up with the backstab shit, dude? What the fuck? I've been there since day one. 5 years friendship, down the drain. What the fuck is this shit? I call you, you don't answer, you're a piece of shit. What else is there to say, dude?
Nothing.
My topics!
It's true. It's all true. You make a good point.
Also, fix your fucking mic. No one can hear you, dude. Literally, no one can fucking hear you.
Is that it?
You're fucking fake, dude. You're fucking fake. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. I'm live right now. I've been trying to get a hold of you. All I wanted was a fucking call. All I wanted was one fucking call. What do I get? Oh, you read every chat message but mine. Completely ego me. I send my troops to kill you. And what do? Oh, timeout. Timeout. I'll do this once. My topics! My topics! It's fucking over. It's fucking over. Never call me. Never contact me. Don't even look me in the face ever again! I can't take it anymore, Aiden!
Well, okay. Anyways. Interesting stuff. I lost. Very true. I lost. You make some good points. But anyways, this video, everyone in chat, I can't believe you didn't talk about the Carmelo Anthony fundraiser. He's deleting comments. I need to see the same energy over Carmelo getting a fundraiser. The N-word fundraiser was a direct response to Carmelo Anthony. This is such fucking cope. It's such cope. It's such cope. Both individuals, whatever, are people who are both sides, very rooted in identity politics, albeit, actually, I am actually speechless, so true. But like, no, nobody forced your fucking, nobody, this was a response. It wasn't a response. You just want to prop up people like being like pieces of shit. Like, just be, like, own it. Just own it. Anyways. So this causes some kind of a dispute on Twitter. Thank you, Osama Gerard Davis, for that. Some sort of dispute is caused about this on Twitter, and Bobby is like clapping his hands like a seal. Why do you look taller? Because maybe I set up the camera angle differently. I don't keep my camera like on my desk. Like, I set it up. I have a stream bag, and then before I stream, I like to have as much room as like possible on my desk. So before I stream, I set everything up. So sometimes the camera angle can kind of change. Did you get knee implants? No? Huh? You look ghoulish. What is that even? Ghoulish? Are you like fucking like Charles Dickens? You look like a ghoul. Huh? What does that fucking mean? Bro's talking like a fucking 1800s writer in London. A ghoul? All the inches went into his... Good one. So true. So true. This guy makes a good point. Very true, accurate points. Aiden, I have info. Then tell me your info in chat. Dude, you look really bad right. Thank you. I try. I really try. So, anyways, Duke Collins already on board. Miratazapine with the $9.99. Wow, a stream before 2 a.m. What a special occasion. This might your first dono of the night. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot to set up a goal. That is insanely generous. $10 fucking dollars. Yes, a stream before 2 p.m. And this is I'm being rewarded. My chat's gone totally rabid. I notice like the longer I don't stream, like the more insane these people fucking get. Toki with the $1.99. You look awful today. Thanks. I try. Okay. All right. How come you're not following Keem's assistant? I only follow like 10 people on Twitter. So, Boblax and Dioria are currently going at it on Twitter. Well, I was expecting more of the usual internet versus posts significantly more frequently at better topics. Wait, they're doing like a back and forth. Okay. Boblax's new Twitter Versus is just a shitty commentary video where he hardly reads any tweets. The surprising part is that most of the comments aren't saying he sucks or making jokes at his expense. They are demanding he cover Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, the people who are like demanding that are just like, I mean, the video sucks and he should have covered that because it's like more related than like linking Denims and Shiloh Hendricks together somehow. He should have just picked one topic and covered it, right? But the people that are like demanding that are doing this like cope where they're like, well, it's related. It's a response. It's a response. Okay. What's the shitty part? Hold on. What's the shitty part of my video that you expected me to be mocked? I don't know. Me to be mocked in the comments over, Nick? Is it when I shit on the mom who raised $700K for calling a 5-year-old the N-word? Or the couple who started a fundraiser after posting anti-Semitic shit? So is Boblax like trying to insinuate that like Nick takes issue with Boblax taking issue with $700,000 for a mom who called like a 5-year-old the N-word, or like that Nick is like some sort of anti-Semite? Is that like the insinuation, or am I misreading those? Because that's how I read it. Like if Boblax is insinuating, Nick claims there's a part of the video Boblax should have been mocked for. Boblax like, oh, you just want the parts of the video that you think I should be mocked for are me taking issue with a woman calling a 5-year-old the N-word or somebody saying anti-Semitic shit. Which, like, the logical conclusion would be that, like, Diorio is some sort of anti-Semite or takes issue with Bobby taking issue with those. He's trying to prop himself up? Yeah, that's, like, what he does. Yeah. He's trying to virtue signal to the problem with Boblax now is he thinks because he's like left RFC, he like thought he was gonna be able to go over to this like lefty audience and get like a supportive crowd or whatever the fuck. But it's just gonna be like the people that are gonna interact with him now are just people that don't like Dioria. Like he's not gonna get support from the base he thinks he's gonna get support from because he alienated all of those people from his time like during RFC. Boblax, in aggregation, has probably said, like, way more, like, racist or, like, transphobic shit than Diorio has. Like, by far. Read the dono? Sorry, I missed it. I'm not reading that. Thank you for the $1.99. Belinda, with the 2 Canadian. Chat wants to see it jiggle. Okay, good one. People can change. Yes! Oh my, that is a great point. It's not like I emphasize this point every other stream as like one of my main contentions with like leftists online. Yes, people can change, right? If you're on the left, you believe in rehabilitative justice, the same should apply to like people who said like stupid shit like 10 years ago. The problem is, right, you have to assess, is this change authentic? Or is this change like being done for self-preservation? And you have no way to get inside the head of the person that's doing it. But you can look at the context, and the context is Boblax's change like conveniently occurred when he needed a new audience, when like the old edgy audience kind of alienated him, and the only people he could appeal to would be this like new like lefty space. So then it's fair to say that like there's like contextual evidence here that Boblax's change is like completely disingenuous and like done only when it like only because he's now a part of that like marginalized group that's being made fun of. 199 from Lumpy Willie. How much for you lyrics to have a twerk? Okay, thank you so much for the 199. Thanks for the 199. Why isn't this dude I am reading my donos. What are you talking about? What do you think I'm doing right now? You could also view it like he became more left when he started exploring his mental health / gender. The tipster bully streams were only like a few... Huh? You can espouse like leftist beliefs. I'm pretty sure he's always claimed to be some sort of liberal or whatever the fuck. But like the question is like, have you ever actually lived up to that? And no, he was like perfectly fine with going against that when it worked to his benefit. And now that it doesn't, he's now gonna sit here and all of a sudden become some like a bastion of like standing up for marginalized groups. Stop telling me to read shit. I can see donos. I can see donos. How about this? If you tell me to read a dono, man, I can read donos. I can see them. Thank you. I'm not blind. I can't pause every 2 fucking seconds. Oh, this person donated, this person. I'll get to your fucking donation. I will get to your donation every 2 seconds. It's telling me what to do. It's my biggest fucking pet peeve. Opinions on eating raw onions. I've said this before. I hate raw onions. Biggest blunder. I just want to see you throw it back as it jiggles. Okay, thank you for the... Okay. You guys are rabid today. I went live at like... Maybe I need to bring back the 3 a.m. streams and everyone's like too tired to be fucking rabid. Okay. Aiden, are you gonna use my... Yeah! Calm down. Exercise a degree of patience. Just a degree of patience. Yes! Yes! I just need to make it past this topic. Then we can go to the next one. Belinda said, Lemon character blowing a big red heart. Thank you so much. What's happening to you lately? Nothing's happening. Okay. So Boblax like insinuates that Diorio is like some kind of racist or something. I don't know. And then you're so parasocial and controlling over the type of content I decide to make on my own YouTube channel. It's getting creepy. Creepy? How's this creepy? You could say it's annoying, but like creepy? What's creepy about that? $2 from Biggest Blunder. Okay, I'm not reading that. Thank you so much. We had our falling out 9 months ago. Why are you publicly asking me about my car/finances? Stop obsessing. So, if Diorio was still going at Boblax and Boblax like hadn't responded, I'd say yeah. You guys are like beating a dead horse, okay? You're beating a dead horse. The problem is Boblax, like, the drama died down. Nobody was covering him for a little bit, and then he decided to just like lie that Diorio was comment cop, just like to get back at him. So he just like fucking lied for like the 19th time. Like he's like a pathological liar, and now everybody's like interested in going at him again. $2 from Bobby B. Opinions on caramelized onions on burger. Bad. Aiden, why are you so antsy today? Do you feel... Enough about me, please. Enough about... Can we just talk about the topic? I'm not the topic. I'm not always the topic. Normally, I love when people are talking about me. You guys make me hate it. So then we have Alberto. Why is your hair? My hair is thinning. So true. My hair is thinning. $2 from Belinda. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Violate the Geneva Convention. He will never stop. You got to ignore him, or if you engage, just be funnier than him and not care. That's actually solid advice. Wait, that's totally... Unironically, Alberto's like super salty about Diorio, but that is like solid advice. Some of your recent Twitter verses have done pretty well. True. No, that's true. This is good advice. You need to put them out more frequently. That's not... It's not just more frequently. It's the type of topic. There's I've said this before. Personality-dependent channels. Topic-dependent channels. This is a topic-dependent channel. The audience should know exactly what you're going to cover before they click. Okay, this is a video on 3 unrelated subjects. This video did well because it's being dropped during a drama on a specific drama. And this video actually did better than Internet Versus drop on the same subject. So that should have been like, oh, okay, this is working. And then you keep going with that. But the problem is Boblax doesn't have that kind of insight. Okay. This is the last call-in, and then I'm done, okay? Only because I like this guy. I'm doing one more call-in, and then it's enough for the night. Yo, what's up? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, do you want to say something?
Yeah, it's about this whole bullshit about there being a race war finna happen.
Yeah.
And so my point of view is that I think racist people are scared because if they truly wanted a race war, it would have been done already. I mean, they hiding. They scared. They hiding. I think they none but punks. I think they're
AIDS
crazy.
gang
And,
represent.
there's some people
okay?
in your chat saying something. Well, there was people in your chats talking about some damn black fatigue.
Don't
I don't even know what the hell that.
Do not listen. It's one person. I don't know how he got unbanned because I banned this guy for 24 fucking hours. It's literally one guy. It's one individual. He's just trying to say shit to piss people off. No, there's no like
I don't even know what
these are literally just this is the biggest problem, okay? This is the biggest problem I have with this subject. If somebody like has like shitty beliefs, just like be open about your beliefs. But like the problem with these people, they pretend like it's like retaliatory. They pretend like it's a reaction to some sort of behavior. But I think like Indians have proven there's like no way you could behave in the US where they'd actually be like satisfied. They're acting like, oh, it's an issue with your behavior, not like an issue with just because of your skin color or whatever. But like if you look at like other groups that actually like maybe don't have like or not as like afflicted by poverty and stuff, right? They still take issue with that. So they come up with these excuses for like, oh, well, I don't like black people for this reason. I don't like black people for that reason. And not a response to anything. You just don't like black people. Like, it's not.
Exactly, because everybody on this fucking TikTok page been saying something about, oh, it's black fatigue, and then people over there saying, well, I'm tired of them. Well, guess what, buddy? I'm tired of you. You know,
True.
over there saying shit like, well, black fatigue, man. Man, I'm tired of them, man. Hey, man, you remember the times where black people were still in chains and shit? Like, I'm saying, bruh.
Well,
I'm being dead serious, bro. They be saying this shit on fucking TikTok. They be saying this shit on YouTube, bro. It's coming to the point where racists are taking off the mask, or should I say, taking off the cloth, because they are becoming more outdated. You know what's so funny, right? You know what's so funny about this?
what?
None of this have started before Trump came into office. Have you realized that? Have you just noticed this? None of this have happened before Trump came into the office.
I think it's.
That's why.
I think it's a combination. I think it honestly, I think it started when Elon bought out X, and just like started unbanning like all the accounts. And to be honest, like the internet is gonna make you think that like a lot more people feel this way than like they actually do. So if you go online, you're gonna see a ton of people that are like talking shit about like black people or like Indians or like other groups of people, and it's not that, you know, we're on a planet with 7 billion people. It's just this is like the one safe place they can like concentrate and like espouse these opinions or whatever, and they can like do it behind like anonymity. So it looks a lot like bigger than it actually is. But these are still like fringe beliefs that are not like don't like be scared or of like don't be like scared that
I
like
ain't scared.
okay.
I ain't scared.
Or not scared. I don't know if scared is the right
because-
word. Dismayed.
Yeah, I'm not scared. Not. Oh, no. Cause let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you a little life story about me. I was born in a place called Sterling, Virginia. I was 1 year old. I moved to Indiana, right? North, the Midwest, right? Around the Chicago area. I was 11. I moved to Georgia. Now, when I moved to Georgia, that was when I first experienced racism. But not racism, but you know what I mean, like culture shifting. So
Were you in like in a rural area?
it's like where I live is like outside the Atlanta, metro, and it's down here, bro. Like since this whole Carmelo Anthony and Shiloh Hendrix, which is the name Shiloh Hendrix is ironic, right?
Because Jimmy,
last name
Jimmy?
Hendrix.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Yeah. So it's funny when they over here attacking black people for no reason. Every time when I go on my TikTok page on my FYP, I've been seeing videos about black people doing some funny stuff, but they be saying black fatigue. Like what, bro? This is what I'm talking about, bro. This is bullshit. They don't even know what they're talking about, bro. They robots.
Mm-hmm. Well,
they robots, bro.
It's just like a very surface level analysis from people whose like entire like understanding of anything is just like rage bait like videos that they see online. They're not willing to do like any like deeper analysis into why anything happens, or I mean it's just like very like I've realized I made this mistake. For those of you that don't know that weren't around, I started out doing like debates and conversations with like when I was like I think this was 2022, maybe 2021, when I was on Twitch. I was like doing conversations with like neo-Nazis and like racists. I was talking to like refute their beliefs or whatever the fuck. And I mean this like, no, I actually don't mean this respect. These people, the vast majority of them, okay, there are a few that are like actually smart and just bad people, but like the vast majority of them are just like so fundamentally retarded. It's like not even worth like any sort of discourse.
Yeah, these motherfuckers don't get it.
Yeah. But I do got to move to my next topic. But if you want to
right.
at some point come back on, this would be a very interesting conversation. But thank you for calling in, Connor.
Right.
Take care.
All right.
Where was I? Sorry. Well, it's sorry. I'm actually not sorry at all. That was an interesting conversation. It's good to have perspective. But yeah, like if it is probably like a shitty time if you're like a minority right now, like online using X or whatever the fuck. Like for most people, they could be like, oh, it's just like jokes, get over it. But like when you see such like if you're not super familiar with how the internet works and you see such a concentrated amount of people that just like hate you and haven't even met you, the world seems like way fucking scarier. I know, Donos. I know. I'm waiting until I'm done with a fucking segment. I'm waiting until I'm done with the segment, done with the conversation, and then I read the donos. So now I'll get to your donos. Buckley says, I'll be charging this dono back if you don't read it. Belinda says, we love you, Aiden. Thank you so much. Opinion on eating caramelized onions from my buns. Okay, thank you so much for the $2. Okay, now we have Streamlabs. Just hold the phone, okay? Calm down. All right, we'll get to everybody. We're getting to everybody here. I'm reading them in bursts. Patrick, Aiden, I recently went into Nick's chat once and he was talking about you tweeting about Hassan being detained. His chat was mostly calling you a sympathizer for terrorists and Nick Fuentes over that. Do Nick and Augie's chat really hate you now? It's unfair. Now? Hate me now? Where have you been, little bro? Where have you been? Do they hate me now? Augie's chat has always despised me, okay? And it works, because I despise them. Dioria's chat is more of like a mixed bag. They probably don't know me, because Nick has a ton of like new viewers from like the H3 space. But when they saw my Hassan tweet, they're just like assuming, yeah, that I'm like a terrorist sympathizer or something, because I like give Hassan like, I interact or criticize him in like good faith. I don't know. But yeah, like that I'm like so true, dude. So true. I'm a terrorist sympathizer. You're peeking the mic. Okay, calm down. Just got here. I didn't realize my gain was turned up so high. You're so mad? I don't think I'm that mad. It's just like very annoying to hear the same thing over and over. Like, I get it. I get the message. I'm not that mad. I'm really not. You're too quiet. Turn it. Okay, now I'm gonna get that mad. Now I am gonna get that mad. All right. So we have another topic to cover. So I don't like the trend of like trying to ruin people's fucking lives over like old jokes. Okay? I don't like that. All right? I think the internet has evolved. Certain jokes were like okay that are no longer. I actually think those same jokes are okay. It just depends on the way you're going about it, right? But like there was a period where you would like go and dig up like a tweet from like 2014 and like use it to ruin somebody's life. And I think that's like really stupid. That doesn't teach anyone like any sort of lesson. It's super performative and it's looking for like punishment as opposed to like any sort of like meaningful like correction of behavior or any sort of like meaningful message. I just think it's like super stupid. But with that being said, what I don't like is when people use the cope, oh, well, it's just edgy jokes, when it's like very clear that they like actually believe certain things that they're not like they're like too pussy to like go and just like say outright. And I think a good example of this, hold on. I think the best example of this would probably be Sam Hyde. People constantly with Sam use this cope of like, oh, well, it's just edgy jokes. Sam's like not actually a neo-Nazi. When like it's very obvious that like he is, right? Didn't he donate like 15 grand to like some dude, like his defense fund? He was on like the Daily Stormer. And then like if you when Likes Republic on Twitter, he was like liking some insane like fucking neo-Nazi shit. And then he what was the other one? He was like at like a book burning. It's like at that point, like at a book burning with like Richard Spencer, like at that point, it's fair to say these might not just be jokes. But this YouTuber, some sort of VTuber by the name of Kirsch, I think it is, got like outed for making some jokes and got some sponsorships pulled, and that's what we're gonna check out. Let me just pull this up. Hold on. I think it was from this person's account. Here it is. I think we have to go down a little bit. Hopefully there's nothing on here that this person was like supposedly okay. All right. Okay, let me turn that off real quick. I just want to make sure there's nothing I can't show on screen. Oh my god, how much does this person tweet and retweet? Hold on. What the fuck? Did they take down all the fucking tweets related to this? Oh, wait, here it is. They tweet so fucking much. Oh my god.
Thank you. The
Okay, so this person's calling out this, like, Kirsch individual.
last Roman for the buttered doggo. You didn't care about immigration, but then you realized it could be bad for Israel and the Jewish American community. Now I'm anti-immigration. Yeah, you know, I was fine when it was just other people's neighborhoods being taken over by the immigrants, but oy vey, they're interrupting eating my challah. I can't.
Like, this isn't enough for me to make an assessment so far, but it's gonna get worse. Hold on. About other groups of people.
The immigration is bad for the Jewish American community. We haven't even gotten to hear Okage voice acting yet. I know.
Okay, where's...
You mean like disbarring everyone who represents Trump? What is 5,000 lawyers in the bottom of the sea? That's called a good start, Jesus Christ. He types lawful a lot. I don't believe it.
Flamenco, this is the type of person that, like, Flamenco would watch, by the way, just to be clear. That's a name we haven't heard in a while, but, like, when he talks about, like, yeah, I'm with a new community now. This is that community. Hold on, why does my Chrome tab always fucking disappear? Sorry if I'm missing a donut. I'm not reading it right now. Snap right. Okay. Okay, got it. Let me start a new goal. Start another goal. Okay. Yeah. So this person, hold on, we'll keep going.
Well, Castanelas, thank you for the 50 Mexicans, my guy. They gotta go back too.
Thank you, Biggest Blunder, for the $2.
He has a point. If you're sentenced to death. Thank you, Mr. FBI handler, for the $88 renewals. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I have a guy who's been commenting on my. Can we get more questionable artwork?
Okay, so these just seem like neo-Nazi adjacent jokes, but like nothing, like it's like the joke is like, but that doesn't mean they're actually a Nazi. They could just be like doing shock humor, whatever the fuck. But like,
they're building like a 2.5 million pound mosque somewhere in like northern England that doesn't even have like a large Muslim population, and I was like, of course they are. Yeah, of course they are. I get increasingly angry when I see people who are just like, well, they're not doing anything illegal, so like you can't really be mad at them. It's like this is very clearly a hostile takeover. Like, we're experiencing it in the US via illegal immigration.
Okay, so this isn't an edgy joke. This is not a joke. Okay, this is this person's actual belief, and it's dog whistling to even more radical beliefs, but to assume, like, I could have a dialogue with somebody about this. There's like a huge misconception about like migration to England, and to say, okay, England is taking in too many migrants, etc., we can have a conversation about that. But now you're saying it's like a coordinated, like, hostile takeover. Okay, now we're getting into like a really tricky territory about this discourse where you're like spitting out like verbatim, like what Aryan Pussy Lover 1488 is like tweeting out on like on X.
They're experiencing it in the UK via like the migrant crisis nonsense and refugees, which potato, basically the same fucking thing. And it's like our politicians are assisting these people with both demographic replacement as well as just making citizens' lives worse in general. They're changing the entire culture of these countries. It might not be a hostile takeover like you see in war. There's no guns and battleships and bombs, but it is still a hostile takeover. It is still going to change these countries irreparably.
So maybe this person just has like one kind of like yikes opinion about like immigration. Okay, that doesn't necessarily mean, and they made an edgy joke or two. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're like a neo-Nazi or anything.
In the future, UK is
Right?
almost all of Europe. Well, I'm specifically speaking of the UK because of the mosque thing. We're noticing, and it's like I made a tweet. I made a tweet talking about
Okay. All right. Maybe it's just a few isolated examples.
Thank you, the last Roman, for the
Wait, we already checked this one out. There was another one I saw. I think I saved it somewhere. God, this person tweets so fucking much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we saw. Wait, hold on. I just want to... One sec. I think it's on here somewhere. One sec. Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay. I think we got it. Alright, so there's apparently more. Let's check this out.
Believes that the best
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Yo, thank you so much for the donation. $10, Juicy Dog. Reminder to set up memberships. We want the OG streams back up. Have a nice stream, buddy. Thank you.
Bad speech is good speech that counters it, and in the free marketplace of ideas, the best ideas.
A free marketplace of ideas, and if somebody has like a bad or a wrong opinion, sunlight is the best disinfectant.
I am extremely
Heil Asmongold, our Hitlerite particle leader. Thank you, clan. Oh my god, ayo. Honorable Grand Elder Chatter. More Saint Floyd.
I mean, this is just like a forced, unfunny, like, edginess. There's nothing here so far that's like a slam dunk.
May he rest in fant, his name is uttered. Hey girl, I wanna stuff your calzone with my meat. Yeah, okay, Azahara. Yeah, okay. You just don't eat cheese because rotten milk is fucking gross?
What is so okay? My take so far from this is not even that this person seems like psychologically like deranged. There's something like a little like the lights aren't all up, like the lights aren't all on upstairs.
So, I'm just gonna say it because like I don't know what's real anymore. I almost like just without missing a beat responded to that with non-white detected.
Bucks. Cynthia making a huge mistake. Okay, here we go. Listen, I talked to her privately multiple times. Maybe I know a little bit more than you do. I'll put it that. Not gonna show anything.
Synthetic Man, an openly proud neo-Nazi, talking about, is this guy actually a neo-Nazi?
You'll just have to take my word for it. That's it. First you'll make her mod, then you'll get divorced and have your super chat money taken from the divorce.
Being racist to black people and thinking I was a Jew. And then I reached out to Synth himself and he was nice to me. He got berated by his chat for showing up in my chat, so I showed up in his chat. and he gave me a wrench because he's blind and can't read his chat. Literally within like an hour of me being given a wrench just so he can read my chats better, people were spreading that I was like a longtime fan and a longtime mod, when the only reason we're talking is because I had gotten harassed by his audience for not being racist and for being a Jew. So again, like...
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. This person is not actually Jewish, right? But they thought that this person was a Jew. So her claim is that they were harassing her because they thought she was a Jew. So she went into this guy's chat and got mod because they were harassing her. Got it.
Long-term moderator Kirsha. The chat, we're afraid you're going to... Typically, no. I feel like it's dangerous to add friends on Steam, not just like for me, but also like people I have on my friends list. I wouldn't want like their accounts getting noticed, as it were. We'll make our own game with hookers and black. I got news for ya. Doing the core show you can justify, but being gay? What the fuck?
It's like there's nothing wrong with your jokes being edgy, but this is what I'm saying. Like if all the premise of your jokes revolve around like I'm a Nazi, minority's bad, or whatever the fuck. And then we look into your like actual political takes, for example, like that brown immigration to England is a hostile fucking takeover or whatever the fuck, a coordinated effort. Okay, there's now like we're checking boxes here. Okay, there's no slam dunk yet, but we're checking boxes here, and it's more than likely you potentially are some kind of like neo-Nazi, and you're just like too much of a pussy to come out and say it outright. So you hide it behind like 1,000 layers of irony.
What's Kirsha's favorite 4chan board? I was a fucking poll-tard for many years. If you ever sat in comfy Robert streams, you probably interacted with me. Check your keys! Mick92, thank you for the proof.
God takes care of things. God's gonna take care of me. God.
And this is why no one takes Christians seriously in current year. When I think of a Christian, I don't think of like the mighty crusades. I think of like some impotent soy cuck. Black murderer.
This is it. This is it. This is the one where it's like, this is the one for me where it's like, okay, you probably are racist. Like, let's not, like, people are gonna paint me as some sort of like woke scold, like, whatever. I'm not. But like, this person is like probably racist. Like, let's
a race thing, and says the killer just made a bad choice.
So yeah, so this Austin, I don't know how to say his last name. The kid that got stabbed by Carmelo Anthony, right? Tragically lost his life. His dad came out and had the reasonable opinion, right? His dad came out and had the reasonable opinion. This was a tragedy that happened to my son. It's not a race thing. My son was murdered by like an individual. This has nothing to do with a race of people. Because people were using his son's death to justify racist sentiment. And being a dad, of course you don't want your fucking beloved son's memory to be something where he's like, his memory is like propagated and he's used as a martyr to spread like racial hatred. So he comes out and makes a statement about it, which is normal in his circumstances. His son died. He's grieving. His son died. He's grieving. Okay. And people are using his son's memory to like spread racial hatred. So what does Kirsha think of this?
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing.
Totally valid, like, totally valid. You're grieving your son. People are using him for a bad purpose, his memory for a bad purpose. A totally valid, like, reasonable thing to say.
Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing.
True.
This person made a bad choice and it affected.
And this just honestly, respect to this guy because he is grieving, but he doesn't want more people to be harmed. And he's speaking through that grief to make sure more people aren't harmed. A just person would commend this. A just person would say, you know, good on you for speaking out about this, right?
Both his family and my family forever. I want to.
Now, my dad's not a cuck. So I know this wouldn't happen if I got murderated. But if I got murderated and my dad came out and was just like, we need forgiveness right now. We don't honor the memory of my daughter by getting mad and wanting revenge on the people that I would become a hateful spirit, and I would haunt.
That's it, right? This is not an edgy joke, okay? You're trying to justify the behavior of the other side, the behavior that the dad is condemning, as they want revenge on the people that did this. You were taking the actions of a lone black person and portraying that as if it's reflective of black people as a whole. Okay? Yeah, you're probably racist. It's safe to assume you're racist, right? That's not an edgy joke. You're just like actually fucking racist, and you're too much of a pussy to admit it. You're welcome to call in if you disagree with me on this, like on this one, but like this clearly is like indicative of somebody that like probably has some, with everything in aggregation, but then this clip especially, this is probably somebody who's fucking racist. Okay, I don't think that's like a big reach.
Him until he killed himself, because that's the death that he would deserve at that point. Because like, how the fuck do you have someone you love taken from you, much less a child, and then you get on...
Do you think they're gonna have this energy, by the way, like when Lake and Riley, when she died, and then her, like, you know, like, or it was either Lake and Riley or Rachel Morin, I think it was both of them, their parents decided to take their daughters' legacies respectively and use it as a justification for taking action against an entire group of people, as if like as a collective, because the killer shares an arbitrary characteristic with this other group of people. The other group of people should be dealt with in a certain way as a result of our, you know, daughter's killings or whatever the fuck. Like, if people call, like, for example, I called those people's parents pieces of shit, because they are, you know, your daughter, when it was Rachel Morin's mom, okay? So people got sent to El Salvador without due process, right? In defiance of courts, okay? So obviously, politicians were angry about this, and they went out to go like meet with the people that were in like hellish conditions in El Salvador that didn't get a trial. They're speaking out about this. Good for them. Rachel Morin's mom uses her daughter's murder to like criticize going and advocating for the group of people that was like put in a foreign prison without due process. Like she's using her daughter's tragic killing to justify the persecution of people. And then I go and I call her a piece of shit because that's what she is, and people are like, how dare you make fun of a grieving mom? But then it feels like when you have a dad like Carmelo Anthony's dad, not Carmelo Anthony's dad, Austin I can't say his last name, his father, right? When he comes out and says, can we not make this is like a guy that made a poor choice and killed my son. It's about him. It's not a racial issue. All of a sudden, these people like are totally fine with like talking a bunch of shit. It's not just her, by the way, that's calling the dad a cuck. It's not just her. It's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people.
Fucking news. And you give all of this like pity party bullshit.
Just playing devil's advocate, but she's not saying she's just saying her dad would want revenge against who did it. No, hold on. We'll replay this clip one more time. I'll explain to you exactly what she's saying, because you can hear it. Hold on. So the dad goes and makes this statement, okay?
Gossip. This was not a race thing. And this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing.
Okay, nothing wrong with that statement. So then she says,
person made a bad choice.
She tries to make the analogy as if the same thing happened to, like, she tries to make an analogy that's identical, except it involves her and not him. And here's what she has to say.
It affected both his family and my family forever.
So the dad is not even saying don't go after the murderer. The dad is saying don't make this a race thing. Don't go after black people as a whole. That is his statement. So she has issue with this, and this is what she says.
Now, my dad's not a cuck, so I know this wouldn't happen if I got murderated. But if I got murderated, and my dad came out and was just like, we need forgiveness right now. We don't honor the memory of my daughter by getting mad and wanting revenge on the people that
So she's mocking this dad. She's quoting him saying, if my dad said this, insert what she interprets he's saying, the thing she has contention with. The people that did this.
Revenge on the people that
did this. And the people he's saying, don't go attack a whole race of people, right? And she's mocking him, saying, yeah, don't get revenge on the people that did this. That's people, multiple, right? When it was one killer, okay? So yes, what she is saying here is she's mocking the notion that the dad would be against taking revenge on an entire race of people. Yes, that's what she's like mocking.
I would become a hateful spirit, and I would haunt him until he killed himself, because that's the death that he would deserve at that point. Because, like, how the fuck do you have someone you love taken from you, much less a child?
It's like so bizarre that anyone would take issue with this guy's statement. It's the most like, you know, and I could say, oh, why is this dad on Fox News? I don't care. He's a fucking human being, right? I don't care, right? He through his grief saw that his son's legacy, his son's memory, and I don't know anything about his son, but if his son is like the rest of us, his son would probably not want to be used for this end, right? Saying, don't make this about a whole race of people. And he's right to say that. Who would possibly take issue with this besides someone who has pre-existing racial prejudice? Who else would take issue with that? Like, everything in aggregation. Like I feel like the only way you can, like, accuse somebody of being racist or a neo-Nazi or whatever online without people, like, taking attention with it is if they just, like, outright announce, like, they're, like, a villain in a movie and outright announce their, like, evil beliefs or evil plan. No, we can use, like, context clues. And there is, like, so many boxes being ticked off here where, like, yeah, it's more than likely this person is, like, some sort of, like, prejudice, like, individual. And if that's the case, sure, like, I mean, like, you should be allowed to have a platform. If sponsors don't want to sponsor you over this, I don't blame them whatsoever, right? Don't cry when you decide to espouse this and then, like, people don't want to promote those, like, shitty beliefs. Like, that's just, like, fuck around, find out, right? But she's just, like, such a pussy in the way she goes about it. She's, like, a total pussy in the way she goes about it.
Then you get on national fucking news, and you give all of this, like, pity party bullshit. Boston continues to lead the way in advocating for the rights of its diverse residents. Visibility for the transgender community is important, but only the first step. Advocacy and policy are needed to ensure that this vulnerable population is protected and uplifted in the potentially challenging years ahead. Why are we responsible for uplifting certain communities? Right? Like, why is that?
Yeah, because with Hassan, there's enough context to suggest that Hassan's gripe is okay. How would you take someone who just, like, exceptionally hate? Do you think there's a case where somebody could exceptionally hate Israel, exceptionally hate Zionism, exceptionally hate the Israeli state, etc., and not have hatred for the entire Jewish people? Do you think that's, like, possible? Because if it is possible, Hassan seems to lean much more in that direction than a hatred of the entire fucking Jewish people. Like, the trait that Hassan takes issue with is belief in or support of the Israeli state. It's anti-Israeli. You want to criticize that? Go ahead, right? But to say it's, like, a contention or issue with people by virtue of the fact that they're Jewish, that's not true at all. That's, like, totally not true. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm telling you what this guy believes. If you have issue with that, you're allowed to have issue with that, but don't take issue with something we don't know he actually believes. And I don't think his issue is with Jewish people. His issue is with Zionism. And if you have issue with people who take issue with Zionism, go ahead and say that. It's not you're entitled to your beliefs. But don't misrepresent it like this is an attack on, like, people by virtue of the fact that they're Jewish. It's like, if we can take someone Hassan hates right? And we can manipulate one aspect about them at a time, right? Let's say we've got a Zionist Jewish person, and Hassan really hates this guy. If we took away the fact that they were Jewish and just kept the Zionist part, right? Would Hassan hate them? If we took away the fact they were Jewish and kept the Zionist part, would Hassan hate them? Yes. He's spoken badly about evangelical Zionists. So yeah, even with the Jewish removed, he still wouldn't like them. That doesn't mean he's not an anti-Semite though. So let's give you another example. Let's leave the Jewish and take away the Zionist, right? Would Hassan hate them? No, he has Jewish people like on his streams that are anti-Zionist that he clearly likes. So you could say, oh, it's a token, whatever the fuck. No, if the variable being manipulated, the Zionist variable, is what's like a determinant of his hatred or not, then it's probably fair to say that Hassan's gripe is with Israel and not the trait of being Jewish. Now, if you want to argue that those two traits are like intrinsically linked to one another, go ahead. We could have an argument about that. I don't agree with you, but we can have an argument about that. But don't pretend like Hassan's gripe is with people by virtue of the fact that they're Jewish.
Alright, okay, so I needed to save a meme. Well, let's see how welcome I am in a MAGA hat in City Hall. True and real. Well, it's like, as a Westerner, whenever I see, like, gender inclusivity, my eyes just glaze over, and I become irate. James Woods post. Personally, I don't.
And you can argue that it's unfair to hate everybody who's Israeli or born in Israel or whatever. You want to make that argument? Be my fucking guest. Be my guest. Like, you can contest that, but contest the thing that Hassan actually believes, not the thing he evidently doesn't believe. It is intrinsically linked, though. I mean, it's not, right? It's not. Like, at all.
Give a shit what slurs anyone says. I don't give a shit how often someone pops off with like the N-word or the F-word or any of these big no wrong think words. If you want to say it, that's your fucking prerogative. That's unfree.
Aiden, I don't even understand politics, but it seems like you're always defending Hassan. Well, my early streams, every time Hassan came up, I said something negative, and those beliefs haven't changed. It's just Hassan is like easily like one of the most like lied about creators like on the platform right now, like easily. I think I should be fair to the people I don't like, and I just hate like these like mass online mobs that just like lie about people. Like, I despise it. And yeah, I'm gonna like take issue if people are being dishonest with their criticisms of him, and like they just are, right?
Free speech a little bit, but it's like I fucking hate it. If it wasn't an issue, if I wouldn't get, like, blacklisted from companies, if I wouldn't get, like, crusaded on Twitter, I would have, like, literally nothing censored in my Discord.
He wouldn't give the same amount of courtesy to you? That's fine. That's not how I operate. That's not how I operate. I'm fair to people I don't like all the time. My standards and my beliefs and my, like, wanting to keep discourse like honest is not like affected by how much he personally likes or dislikes or would give courtesy or not to me. That's not how I like go about engaging with these things.
That's for sure. Ooh, black guy! There's no coom count. I don't like that. Ooh, black!
Alright, so just like more edgy jokes piled on top of the fact, it's just like more edginess piled on top of the fact that like they've given like actual things they believe. Hold on, let's keep going here.
We owe you one.
And I'm an American! You mean like disbarring everyone who represents Trump? What is 5,000 lawyers in the bottom of the sea? That's called a good start, Jesus Christ. He types lawful a lot. I don't believe it. Emmanuel Castanelos, thank you for the 50 Mexicans, my guy. They gotta go back too. He has a point. If you're sentenced to... These people forgot demographic decline in their blackmail calculus. They want a social credit
Like, I don't like that Mexican joke, for example. Somebody who's like not a neo-Nazi and doesn't dislike Mexicans could totally make that joke. How do I know that? How do I know that? Because I've made that joke. Toki will vouch, okay? But then you can look at like the wider statements that I've made and like tell, like, yeah, I just like make edgy jokes. This isn't like indicative of like actual beliefs I hold. When this person is actually expressing their beliefs, it's indistinguishable from like somebody who is just like a straight up fucking neo-Nazi.
We are the carbon they want to reduce. True and real. Our new concern involves outsiders writing shareholder letters advising companies to not support LGBTQ groups, Ellis said. GLAAD is working with companies on how to respond to such letters. I would honestly be impressed if they had any response to them. I would just assume that these people would ignore it. It all comes back to Bridge. Bridge is overarching, and that makes it scary. But we can win.
But anyways, okay, so sponsors, I guess, weren't happy that these jokes were, like, being made. And a Vice article got written about this person after this, like, bent individual was, like, making tweets, kind of compiling all this shit. Alright, they, like, refute one of the jokes. They refute, like, one of the jokes. The problem is they kind of like clearly just like threw every edgy joke like in here. What you had like 3 solid clips you could have used in regards to this person. You could have like 3 solid clips you threw in here that it would be very hard for them to refute with context. But they're gonna like attack like one of the points so they don't have to attack any of the others. But I guess somebody wrote like a Vice article about this person and they threatened to sue and got it taken down, but lucky for us, apparently there's an archive of it, so we're going to check that out. Courtesy to Dust Bunny for finding this for me. Alright. Alright, is it here? Why is this gamer subs VTuber pushing the great replacement theory? Meet Kirsche Verstal. One of her fans is a bona fide Nazi. Okay, this is like, you don't need to bring up who her fans are, okay? Like, that's not like a good argument. Okay, there are great arguments here to like push that she's pushing the great replacement theory. Like, this is just a horrible start to your article. It's gonna make it look like super bad faith. There are people that like watch me that I disagree with like everything they say, but we'll read this. Gamer subs is pretty much ubiquitous in VTubing. Owned by popular online content creator Jay Schlatt, GamerSubs advertises itself as the most effective and healthy energy choice for gamers and esports talent alike. Combine caffeine with nootropics, then slap on branding marketed towards geeks and gamers, and you've got GamerSubs. It's a rite of passage for a growing VTuber to gain a GamerSubs partnership, let alone snag a membership run via the company's Waifu Cups line. The shoujo star. Okay, the only reason I know this word is because Flamenco like wouldn't shut up about it. The shoujo star Nianners, for example, received her own cup with the company, as did Shiley. I hate VTubers so much, man. I hate these people so much. Ow, fuck. However, GamerSubs is in hot water with many VTuber fans due to the behavior of one particular creator working with the company. Mythic Talents Kirsche Verstal, an anime fox girl with a knack for sharing alt-right talking points. Kirsche has landed herself in controversy after controversy online due to her right-wing beliefs. At this point, it begs the question whether GamerSubs will one day pull the plug on the VTuber for good. Kershaw is relatively popular for a VTuber, sporting over 56,000 followers on Twitter and at least 44,000 on Twitch. She originally announced her partnership with GamerSupps in September 2023, followed by a merchandise reveal this past March. From shirts to cups, Kershaw fans will soon be able to flag their love for the right-wing Fox girl IRL, all thanks to GamerSupps. While some VTubers may wink or nod to conservative beliefs, Kershaw has never hidden her political leaning. That's not even true. That's not even true. She was like, they didn't like me because I wasn't racist. Like, you clearly have some, like, racial prejudice here, right? Like, you're not being honest about it. So Kershaw's not entirely honest about what she believes. She hides it behind, like, the 1,000 layers of irony. What happened to the First Amendment? What, did something happen to it? Did something happen to the first? What do people think free speech is? Like, I don't understand. Like, what do people think free speech is? People are like, free speech. You have a right to when you like criticize somebody for like exercising their free speech. Taya, what the fuck are you typing in my chat? Can we not? Please? Thanks. While some VTubers may wink or not, okay, we already read that. Neighboring nations have proved over millennia that they cannot maintain a Jewish population without chasing them off. A majority nation is thus inherently liked? No. There are plenty of nations where, like, Jews have been able to, like, live without ever being kicked out. It's not inherently liked. No, it's not inherently liked. I personally do not care whether there's a Jewish majority nation or not. It makes absolutely zero difference to me. No, it's not inherently linked. Name 7 nations that haven't kicked out Jews. Okay, sure. The United States, I don't think has ever had a Jewish expulsion. I think like there was one case where Ulysses S. Grant like kicked Jews out of the Union Army temporarily, and then Abraham Lincoln came and rescinded the order. China, India, a lot of the Arab countries, it was exoduses as opposed to expulsions, but I agree, right? There were unfavorable conditions that would make an exodus preferable, and it wasn't actually like except Egypt and a few others. There were Egypt, Iraq, I think actually had expulsions that were non-voluntary. Where else? I said in surrounding nations. Well, why do you need to stay in a surrounding nation? Yeah. Yes, sorry. All of South America for the most, yeah. Argentina. The thing is, though, the problem you would then have is people could argue, I'm pretty sure the Spanish Inquisition had lasting effects in Spanish colonies, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like in Mexico, the Inquisition, it wasn't an expulsion, but there was like the Spanish Inquisition like was in Mexico. Anyways. Yeah, it was Spanish, yeah. But that's more, I would consider that like one respective nation as opposed to like Mexico, Argentina, Chile, etc., all under Spain. At that point in time, I just consider that like if they were under Spanish governance, I would consider that just like Spain. Jews were converted to conversos to prevent death. Yes, I'm aware that during the Inquisition you had the option to convert, okay, but then wasn't there the Alhambra decree that like essentially like made it like racial at one if I remember correctly? Like yes, you did have an option to convert, but yeah, the Alhambra decree, wait, no. The Alhambra Decree issued March 31st of March 1492 by the joint Catholic monarchs of Spain, Isabella, Ferdinand, ordering the expulsion of okay, that was just practicing, right? But I'm pretty sure there was like rules where you were like classified, even if you had like converted, you were still dealt with suspiciously, or as if you were a potential Marrano, which is the word they use for like crypto Jews, right? Anyways. Zionism is the consequence of their expulsion from neighboring Arab... That's not true at all. Wait, that's not true at all. That's not true. That's not true. You're just lying. That's not true at all. Zionism started with Herzl, I think, as a response to European anti-Semitism, not Arab anti-Semitism, right? A lot of like the early Zionist movement was contributed to by European Jews, where there was things like pogroms, okay, in like the Russian Empire. That's why you had a lot of Jews that came to like the United States, because you had pogroms in the Russian Empire. It was not related to like neighboring nations. As they tried to establish a state, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure then that's when you started to have like conflicts with like local ethnic populations. That's not true. That's like not true. It has nothing to... Why do people blame this on like... I don't fucking get it, bro. People are like, yeah, the Arabs historically have had like a disdain for... That's not true at all. In some cases, life under Arab or Muslim rule was actually better for Jews than under European Christian rule in certain cases. I think like in Al-Andalus, right? There was like better... It wasn't great, right? The red carpet wasn't fucking rolled out for anybody. I totally agree with you there. But like to act like this was like pre-Zionism, some like exceptional anti-Semitism specifically from the Arabs is like not true. Tunisia didn't kick out Jews. Yeah, in Morocco in the Second World War, I'm pretty sure the I think Morocco fell under Vichy France. I'm pretty sure the king of Morocco like refused to deport Jews to like concentration camps in Europe. All right, we could go on about this for a while. Like pre-Zionism, yeah, anti-Semitism was dominantly centered in Europe, and you could say, oh, it's because Jews were dominantly centered in Europe. Well, there also were Jews dispersed in like other areas where like under like Muslim rule, where anti-Semitism actually wasn't like nearly as bad as it was in Europe. Anyways. In casual conversations on her Gamer Subs merchandise drop, VTuber fans are quick to describe Kirsche as right-wing. One Redditor even went to great lengths to stress they were not attempting to take a side on Kirsche's content, but simply objectively describing her to those who have not seen her work. She's alt-right, anti-woke, and apparently transphobic to a degree, one Redditor said. None of this is my own info, just restating what other people said. Can't confirm or deny this stuff. Alt-right seems like an accurate description. Yeah, it does seem like an accurate description. Totally. People are like, this is a buzzword. Because, yeah, it is overused sometimes. But no, that term does have meaning. And this person probably fits into that term. I'm pretty sure there was another clip where she was trying to argue that, like, George Floyd actually wasn't murdered by the cop or something. And then there was a clip, we saw the clip where she was, like, getting mad at, like, Austin's dad for saying, don't use my son to, like, make this a racial issue. Yeah, this article is shit. There are good points to attack this person on. This seems like a very, like, biased, like, poorly written article. Aiden be like, this person is alt-right for making a Mexican... Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. So true. She's totally alt-right. There's... Okay. Our politicians are assisting these people with both Yeah, like... This wasn't a joke, by the way. Whoa. Kirsche now explicitly stated her belief in the white supremacist Great Replacement theory. Here she is, openly stating her belief that politicians in the US and UK are assisting... Yeah, we already watched that. This is not a one-off comment. In April, she retweeted the White House's ICE tip line to aid the deportation of undocumented Americans. In February 2025, she said she was happy with the mass deportations under Trump, but warned the federal government was offering undocumented Americans massive amounts of free shit given on taxpayer dime. She even called Lawrence, Massachusetts a no-go zone full of illegal activity and implied the city could only be recovered if all its undocumented citizens were removed. Yeah, it's just like more like edgy jokes, but you don't like people are emphasizing the jokes. It's not just the jokes. Like you just can look at like her actual like stated beliefs, and that gives you like enough indication. Yeah, this person is like obviously like on the alt-right, and there's nothing wrong with like a company like not wanting to associate with somebody like that, right? That's like completely fine if a company doesn't want to like. So I guess she talked. Okay, I don't want to accidentally pull up. These people are so degenerate, man. Is everything... Alright. I think it's okay to show. Okay, it's not okay to show. Okay, it's definitely not okay to show. Oh my... Okay. Okay, holy... This person has so many tweets about this, and I can't freely scroll through her Twitter. Is there like a way to hide specific tweets? Okay, so apparently a company decided to stop representing her, and Asmon made a comment on it.
Is like as a community, like not just me, but like in general, is that we need to come together and just absolutely, totally, like if somebody gets taken off of a sponsor because of like something bad that they said and it's not really bad, it's just like taken out of context. I think that we should absolutely shit on them. Like,
wait,
because of...
Huh? I would agree if it's like just like somebody who's like who has fine beliefs but made like an edgy joke that was taken out of context. I agree. I agree. But that's not what's happening here. This person is like outright stated that they literally took issue with a dad saying, don't use my dead son to like spread like racist rhetoric. She took issue with that.
Like something bad that they said and it's not really bad, it's just like taken out of context. I think that we should absolutely shit on them. Like 100% we should, because there needs to be a aware...
I'm okay with this precedent for like companies that like try to overcompensate and like pull sponsorships to people over like literally nothing. Okay, because that was happening at one point. It doesn't happen as much anymore, but that was totally happening at one point. This like overcompensation. This is not overcompensation. This is an example of somebody with like crazy fucking beliefs that she's like giving hints to, sometimes outright states, and then tries to pretend like she doesn't believe. And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to sponsor that. Like a company is well within their rights, and if I owned a company, I wouldn't sponsor her either.
Awareness that this type of behavior isn't acceptable in the public anymore. And I think that it's not. And yeah, we need to cancel culture. Yes, and the way that you...
This isn't cancel culture. This is, hey, if you like take an issue with like a guy not wanting his dead son used to incite a race war, if you take issue with that, we don't want to sponsor you. We think you have really shitty beliefs.
Do that, by the way, like Amber Heard.
Asmon is within his right to shit. I'm not saying he's not within his right to shit on the... Wait, at what point did I say he's not within his right? I'm criticizing him for doing it. He's allowed to say what he's saying. Nobody's contesting. But like, he's allowed to do this. Nobody's contesting his allowance. He's allowed to do it. Yes. Yes, I agree with you. Totally. I'm simply sitting here criticizing his stupid fucking logic.
So I think a really great example of this is like Bud Light. And it's also a lot of gaming companies. Gaming companies now are terrified to do anything because they're worried that people like me might make a video about it and they might totally shit on the game and destroy the game's popularity. I want to say that good. Absolutely.
I don't understand like why this guy has a viewership. Like he's not particularly good at anything. He's not funny. He's very like emotional and like not emotional. He's very like I don't know if reactionary would be the right word. Like, I don't understand, like, why this guy is such a big audience.
Absolutely. We want you afraid. We want you to not feel like you can do this kind of stuff. And I will continue.
Is that a challenge? I want to get big so I can make you afraid, Asman. I want you afraid.
To use this power as a weapon against the people who have weaponized it against me.
I want you to have to think about every political take you give. And if it's dumb, I want you to be afraid to give it. I want government mandated debates. If you stream to like a major audience, giving them like talking head, like shitty, like political points, you should have like mandatory debates with people.
And so this is what I will continue to do.
Debate him? Of course I would debate him. He'll never do it. He'll never do it. But I debate him easy. Fucking easy, bro. Not even...
I think these people are absolute fucking parasites. They are awful people. And also, beyond everything, they are dishonest. They are lying and they are dishonest. And they're trying to force people into behavior.
I just don't like the idea that like this guy can like get in front of like a bunch of like young, impressionable like people and give them the stupidest talking points and just never have to debate anybody on it. Like I'm totally okay with free speech, but I feel like I hate these echo chambers, and like if you're like a political creator, I feel like you should be debating people. His fans aren't that young, that's the sad. Okay, something you have to realize is like your 20-year-olds are actually like 17 in terms of mental maturity. I don't know if it was being raised online. I don't know if it's the pandemic. I had some like things happen in my life where I grew up like fairly quickly and fairly spontaneously, and I don't want to say I'm more mature than people my age or anything, but sometimes it does feel that way, right? And yes, your 20-year-olds are very impressionable. Your 20-year-olds are super fucking impressionable. I'm not one of them, right? But like people, Achito was literally, I watched his shit. I'm like, this guy's trying to skimwalk Asman. I wasn't certain about it. But then the other day he said, yeah, I don't watch like mainstream media. My source of news is Asman Gold. And I'm like, dude, these people are cooked, bro. Whoa! God, you sound like an annoying ass.
That advertisers need Bud Light. People like me.
You sound like an annoying, huh?
Might make a video about it, and they might totally shit on the game and destroy the game's popularity. I want to say that good. Absolutely. We want you afraid.
Dude, Spinal, why have I mind raped you so much? I just said you couldn't join a server. It's been nonstop, man. What's the problem? Literally, all I said to Spinal is, listen, man, I know you're not hurting anybody, but yeah, I'm probably not gonna want to have you in my community if you're like retweeting like people cutting themselves and Volleycon or whatever the fuck. I'm sorry. Is that like super unreasonable? Is that like super unreasonable?
We want.
I was really nice about it. I was super nice about it. I said like it's, you know, it's I just can't, man. I'm sorry. I just can't. I'm leaking my DMs. I'm not saying what you responded. Wait, I'm leaking my DM. That's what I said to you. Spinal is always welcome to debate me. Spinal is always welcome to debate me. I'll debate anyone. If Spinal wants to debate me, he can call or whatever. I don't. But I don't think it's like super unreasonable to like not want that, like, you know. Spinal is welcome to debate me if he'd like to. You're never I'm live right now. Okay.
You to not feel like you can do this kind of stuff, and I will continue to use this power as a weapon against the people who have weaponized it against me. And so this is what I will continue to do. I think these people are absolute fucking parasites.
Like, it's just like so sad to me. Like, say what you want, right? At least like the Fox News people probably have a clean place that they're living in. Okay, their political opinions are stupid. I don't even think your average Fox News host is like a stupid person. They're just like evil, right? They're playing the game. They like Tucker at one point was like admitting he didn't believe certain things that he was then like publicly propagating, right? So I think they're like knowingly misleading. Somebody like Asman is genuinely stupid, and he lives like a life of like total decay. Like, this is your main source of media. This is your main source of media. This is what you aspire to be. Huh?
They are awful people, and also, beyond everything, they are dishonest. They are lying, and they are dishonest. And they're trying to force people into behavior. Concord put the fear of God in them? Yes.
They're not trying to force you into anything. They're just saying, hey, we have like a certain type of person that we want to like sponsor. And if you're not that type of person, we're not going to sponsor you. Right? And if you really want that sponsor, you can change your behavior, or you could just go down a different route and get a different sponsorship. Nobody's forcing you.
Exactly. And so whenever any of these things happen and somebody loses a sponsor, or they like support somebody like this, I think you should absolutely shit on them as much as you possibly can to make
So is there like no reason in Asman's eyes, or it would be like reasonable to like pull somebody's sponsorships? And also, the funny thing is, I don't have the tweet saved, but like when federal employees were getting fired from their jobs, this Kershaw person was tweeting good, like clean all the Marxists out of house. Or whatever the fuck. Like, they're supporting the same thing for other people. They're supporting other people, like, losing their livelihood over their, like, alleged political beliefs.
Advertisers terrified of making these decisions again. And I think that if you do that, you can stop it from happening. Because keep in mind that the advertisers do not actually care about any of these social issues.
I thought she did lose this or she lost another one. I know, didn't she lose at least one of her sponsors?
They do not care about trans people. They do not care about non-binary people. They do not care about anybody except for money. That's it. And so that's really what I think in general should happen.
Like, this isn't cancel. Like, I agree. Somebody shouldn't lose.
I think that
I have an issue with this when companies are pulling sponsorships over a joke made in like 2010. Okay, yeah, that's like, it's really fucking stupid. This notion that like people are scarred forever because they said a dumb thing online. No, I don't agree with that whatsoever. I don't think like what you say online should fucking have some weight over like the rest of your life. Okay, I don't, generally speaking, right? And I don't even think, and the person that was like spearheading this campaign said, I don't want Kirsch's life ruined. I think they should still be allowed to VTube. I just want an acknowledgement or whatever. Aiden, this is shaping the current generation's political beliefs. How do you feel about that? Depressed. Nope, GamerSubs didn't make a statement, and her shit is still on their web. Yeah, why is this a story? What is she crying about? Yeah, and then she claimed the Shiloh Hendrix shit was in response. It was a response to people are tired of, it's not a response. It's just like shitty people funding her. If the jokes are crass enough, they could turn off certain customers. Why shouldn't a company should be able to take action over that? I just think it's like really cringe and like disingenuous. If it's like a joke from like many years ago, it's just like kind of edgy. Okay, you're just trying to one guy, Kevin. I used to think you actually like believed in like the slant of like the things you were typing. You clearly don't. You're just trying to one guy. It's not gonna work. Okay. Well, whoa, I didn't mean to open my DMs. Oh, you didn't see that? Well, so apparently Fallen Chungus has some new tweets. For those of you that don't, okay, this is the wrong account. Okay, so I don't know if you remember, we had a conversation a long time ago where I told Fallen Chungus to get offline because your entire existence on here is going to be a new controversy that you don't know how to respond to, and people are going to be making fun of you. That's going to be the rest of your existence online. Okay? And I'm blocked? No. Okay. Weird. That's going to be the rest of your existence online. Fallen Chungus said, okay, I'll log off. Fallen Chungus doesn't actually log off. Comes back to the internet. Gets made fun of for admitting they have a fart fetish. More shit happens. Streaming crash out. And now there are new allegations. I mean, I don't even know what's going on, man. That's Mojo / Solid Chungus has been accused of having sex with a minor he met at the psych ward around 2023. I feel like it's important you know what happened, how he responded, know the difference between me and That's Mojo, and future Pinhead comments. Yesterday night, That's Mojo was accused of, at the time, allegedly sleeping with a 15 to 16-year-old he met during his stay at the psych ward during a crisis. I'll admit the evidence of this was not that compelling, since it was mainly just screenshots of coincidental evidence of That's Mojo and the victim tweeting about eating ass at the what the fuck? Ate butt today, and then it's okay. My wife sniffed my cooch and died. Oliver, the head dev for Printern, Mojo's Roblox game. Okay, also apparently I've heard That's Mojo has been like getting work from people online and then offering to pay them in Robux. For those of you that don't know, Mojo was like working at a school, and then he accidentally revealed on my stream that he was on like some sort of probation at the school because he was accused of threatening a kid at like the elementary or middle school he was a volunteer at. So that happened, and then apparently he lost that job and he's now working at McDonald's. He tells the internet about everything. He said he's not going to be this generation's Chris Chan. I tried to do an interview with him, which you could refer back to. I tried to help him, but at this point, he doesn't take anyone's advice. He always says he's leaving the internet for good. He knows it's not healthy. He's not getting anything out of it. Most of the people that view with or interact with him are doing so to hate on him or get a laugh. There's like no purpose for him to be online. There's no monetary value to this. He's just like an attention addict. And he is going to turn himself into this generation's Chris Chan because he cannot help himself. He can't help himself from responding, and his entire life is now documented online as a result.
I mean, it was brought up to me first because they need to show me that you may have done something fucked up, and I just have to transceive it to you because I need, well, for one,
transceive it. Transceive it.
It is discomforting, but for two, if you can fucking disprove it.
You know, I don't care. Like, there's obviously so much distrust going on. I'm just gonna take my leave. I don't care. I don't care. You know, you can own the fucking game. I don't give a shit. I don't care if this is deflecting. It's not. I am so unbelievably tired of having to deal with Kiwi farms, having to deal with everything. I am going cold turkey. I am sorry.
Okay, so that's a lie. Once again, it's a lie. He said the same thing to me like twice. It's a lie. He'll be back. He'll be back. Here's more proof of Mojo saying he did not have sex. Well, at the time, this did seem like very weak evidence. Unfortunately, some things were not adding up. In retrospect, Mojo does seem to lie about a lot, so it really was a 50-50 on who to believe in this case. This is not proof of a sexual interaction between us. It does not. So this guy is so incapable of like not engaging, which is why he shouldn't be online. He's not mentally equipped to like not make himself a joke. He like argues in his own Kiwi Farms thread. He argues in his own thread. I mean, that's like, I've rarely, if ever, heard about that. I don't think I've ever heard of like somebody. Okay. This is not proof of a sexual interaction between us. It does not prove we had sex or that I performed anything on her. I don't even know why she tweeted that so soon after my tweet, which was a random joke as per the usual humor of the Fallen Chungus account at the time, but I can only. I'm sure at this moment in time, most of you know this is not me. Mojo and I are two completely separate individuals. Yes, somebody else owns this account now. It is important for you to know that since I've been caught in the crossfire before, if you're gonna take away anything, it needs to be this, so you don't look like pick unrelated under my post saying shit like "Ain't you groom a minor?" After ending the call with Oliver, Mojo proceeded to block all devs and leaving the print turn server. Keep in mind, he was the only one holding the funding for it. I truly did not like this, and I feel like this isn't fair for him to do that. It's one thing when you screw yourself over, but when you have other people on the line, I feel you should be attacked. If you're working with this guy, like, and he like screws you over, like, you deserve it. He's clearly super unstable, super impulsive. He's trying to pay people allegedly in like Robux. I mean, I don't know why you would ever give this guy like the ability to screw you over. You should not be having like any serious engagement with him. He's not like a serious person. I thought that Fallen Chungus could potentially be saved because he was so young, and this was before the fart fetish stuff, where if he left the internet, he could probably be forgotten and maybe change his name and try to go live a normal life somewhere. I thought. It's not possible for him to leave the internet. He's back, and I don't like saying this about people. I do. It's gonna sound gay or whatever, but I don't like to watch like young people. This is like very sad from like an outside perspective to watch like such a waste of like a life, such like a young fucking lolcow or whatever. But I have given up. I don't think there's hope. I don't think there's hope. He, in my opinion, should be some sort of like ward of the state. He's not capable of taking care of himself, and I think this is like a form of self-harm. I think this is totally a form of self-harm. There's no way for the game to be funded at the minute. The game is completely on hold right now until everything gets figured out, because it really is just a massive situation. It's not on life support. The team hasn't left, but we have no funding, and I have to rewrite the story from the ground up. But regarding funding, he held all the funds for the game because he was the owner of the game after all, and he was going to pay out everyone. Apparently, he's like working at McDonald's now. I don't know why he's funding this. If it's the case they had sexual contact at 16 to 18, then I don't really see that particular age gap to be all that Yeah, so my understanding of this is he turns 18 while knowing her. She's 15. He turns 18 while knowing her. And then they have some sort of like engagement, and like a few months later, she turns 16. So if my math is mathing, and it might not be, this is under a 3-year age gap. Now, 3 years is not equivalent in every age gap, especially at this age when, like, 1 year of development is, like, super fucking substantial, right? And this would be the equivalent of, if you're turning 16, this person was, what, a high school sophomore? And the person in question, Mojo, would have been, like, a senior, right? Because he's turning 18 that year, I would guess. They don't go to the same school, though. They met in a fucking psych ward. Anyways, I would almost always say, though, like, this is a very unideal age gap. This is a very unideal age gap, and it's weird, but it's, like, weird in the sense of, like, you look back in, like, a few years, and you're like, that was kind of cringe, whatever the fuck, right? But I don't think it's, like, indicative of, like, pedophilia or anything. The problem is how he decides to respond to this. He's gonna have people trolling him, calling him a pedo over this. So he could ignore it, move on, and appeal to his fan. Oh wait, he doesn't have a fan base. Why is he online? I don't know. I think he's some sort of what's the word? Masochist. Yeah. It's a 2-year age gap. It was started as an 18-15 age gap. She's either a freshman or a sophomore. I think 18 and 15 is like weird, okay? Like you'd get laughed at, right? In high school, people would be like, that's fucking weird, but it's not like a big deal, right? It's not like a huge deal. It's just like something that should probably be avoided. No, it's not okay, so spinal. It's not like, so there's like months in a year, right? There's like 12 months. So if we break it down by months, it is less than 3 years. But in terms of age, it's not exactly 3 years. They didn't start on her birthday. There's 12 months in a year. All right, I don't need to explain this. Didn't AJ Soprano have that same age gap with a girl? Wasn't that show in the 90s, early 2000s? Yeah, like, based on my understanding, like, yeah, norms were still, like, they weren't that much different, but they were a bit different back then, too, right? They met IRL, which also is, like, if they have some common thing they were involved with that caused the two of them to meet, that makes it, in my opinion, even less, like, if he was, like, seeking out a 16 or 15-year-old online, that's different, but they met. But the thing is, they didn't meet in high school. They both met in the psych ward. They met in the psych ward. It's like, okay, it's different if you two have like something in common. The common thing is they're in a fucking psych ward. Most people don't change that much in 2 years. Between the ages of 15 and 18, you absolutely change that much. 15 and 18 is like a pretty substantial, like 15 and 18. Oh, I don't even need to explain this. I don't know why I'm arguing this with you, of all people. I just don't see why people act like there's such a big gap in mature, because there typically is. There typically is. When I was a senior, I was friends with some freshmen, right? And they were like super fucking immature. They were super immature. I didn't like to really like, preferably like if it was during like my lunch period or whatever the fuck, and I like sat and like my friends were wherever, and I sat at their table or whatever, it would be annoying as shit. So eventually I just stopped doing it. Is a 15-year age gap bad? To be fair, my one freshman friend was actually held back. So he was like a year or two older than a freshman is supposed to be. But I had like one or two, or I have to remember. You had friends in high school? I did, yes. Were the freshmen your minions? No. They followed me around sometimes, but no. Also, why did he leave so swiftly? No effort to try to publicly defend yourself until now is kind of super suspicious in my opinion. Okay, yeah, he obviously probably had sex with this person, but if you're agreeing it's not like a problematic age gap, then the contention would be that he lied, right? Here's him admitting to having sex with her / getting led on by this minor while also attempting suicide, which I really hope doesn't happen. I'm just really disappointed in Mojo Man. This might be the worst thing he's ever done. You just said you don't take issue. How is this the worst thing he's ever done? Let's read this. Fine. I'm fine. I'm tired. I would rather, why does it... Huh? Okay. Fine, I'm tired and rather would own up to it than spend my entire life lying for it to just backfire. It wasn't technically illegal by any means, given the age of consent in Pennsylvania, but yes, we did. She came on to me and it didn't... Okay, why are you wording it like... Just say, yeah, we fucked. It was stupid. It was cringe, but it's not really like that big of an age gap. I wouldn't do it again because it's kind of cringe. Why are you like wording this like a fucking like you're making it worse for yourself? It didn't really last long as I was almost instantly regretting it mid-act. I've regretted it heavily for the past year and have spent so much effort trying to move on from it. I did everything in my power to not assert a power dynamic or make it an unequal exchange, but that doesn't matter in the end. As I failed in the moment, I let her do her thing. I truly don't care where this leads, as I think getting it off my chest is a better deal than taking it to my grave. I can't say I don't care what others will think of me, but I didn't go out of my way to hurt this girl, as it was the last thing I wanted, both physically and mentally. I am an incredibly disturbed person and have been my entire life. And if situations like this presented to me multiple times by multiple people, I tried my best to avoid every single one, and I did, but in this exchange, I failed. That is my piece. Okay, he worded this like a pedophile. He's not, but that's how he worded it. Why I made this thread: for my safety, for clarity, and a call to action for Mojo to actually get off. It's not gonna work. We've tried everything. I've offered this guy, like, it's not gonna work. He's never getting off the internet. Just give up. I feel bad for Mojo, but he's still, it's getting really hard to try and feel bad for Mojo, but he's still human at the end of the day, and he deserves to be alive. This doesn't mean I'm excusing. So every time, it's like a cycle. So every time Mojo gets into controversy, he then like tweets out that he's gonna like end his life. And with that being said, right, I'm glad he doesn't actually do it, right? And I'm not gonna like get mad at him for, oh, you said you were and didn't actually go through with it. Like, that's like a shitty thing to do. But to me, it feels more like a way. I'm not gonna say this definitively because I have no way of getting inside somebody's head. But I think today we hit time number 10. He comes back online after saying he's gonna leave, tweets out something stupid, crashes out during his response, and then like threatens to like tweets out or does something stupid, crashes out during the course of his response, gets some like criticism or people trolling him, and then like makes a tweet about how he's gonna take his own life. Mojo, bro, talk to me, please. Hey, can you clear some things up before I make a thread, please? Okay. I actually sent this to your old account, but if people come to you asking if we had sex, please do not say we did. People are on Kiwi Farms are trying to say I raped you because of loose proof they had. And he keeps like fueling the fire and interacting with these people. What? That's fucking nuts. Like the thing about like Kiwi Farms is your thread is probably gonna just like die. It like, well, this is a given, right? It's a, if you're Chris Chan levels, they're gonna be keeping up with everything you're doing, right? Pre-fart fetish Mojo, probably if he got help and like left the internet and gave like them nothing to contribute to on his thread would have died. His thread would have like totally died. He just like keeps giving them fuel and then going in there and responding. Would you give up on bow blocks? Yeah, I already have. I had literally no other way to defend myself, so I just said we had sex. Now I have to delete everything. No one respects. Nobody respected you to begin with. This is delusion. You have no fan base left. There's just no fan base left for you, man. So that's that. So I guess he makes a tweet. That's... Wait, no. So Connor, I'm in class today, and Connor sends me a DM. Call now. And he like gives me the rundown on all of this. Fuck, did somebody archive these? Hold on, one sec. I know one person that may have archived it. He's taken down the tweets and deleted his account. And I guess he's now posting on like... Okay, hold on. One sec. One sec. And the other aspect, like aspect about this guy that like makes him our generation's Christian is like every aspect of his life is like documented. It's like insane. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to get these fucking tweets if anybody has them archived. Oh my god, dude, there's so much. Dude, did nobody archive this? Oh, I know somebody who did. I know somebody who did. Okay, so he tweets out today. Oh, fuck, dude. As said before, I would likely be killing myself. Not gonna harp on the thought. Is Blastered in here? Is Blastered in here at all? I sent you something. $4.99 from Sardino. Wish me luck on my driver's test. How old are you? You're good luck? I have to take my... I can't drive yet. Who's Blastered? Okay, which... Dude, why does Blastered always fucking change his name? Blastered, are you in here? Type if you're Blastered. I don't know if you're Blastered. This guy, like, changes his name every 2, like, seconds. Do you even have a permit? I do not have a permit. How old am I? I'm 20. Blastered got banned from? I'm Blastered? Is anybody... Okay, this very funny. Blaster got banned from... Why did he get banned? What did he get banned for? Okay. Okay, jokes aside, can you just DM me on Discord? Just DM me on Discord. I know you probably have this shit fucking archived somewhere. Can you not tell that it's me? How am I supposed to tell that it's you? Just DM me on Discord. This is ridiculous, man. This is fucking ridiculous. There's 3 of you? There's 3 of you now. Is this guy even alive? Is this guy, like, even alive? Okay. Cool. Who banned... Dude, why is everybody getting fucking banned? Alright. But yeah, he, like, posts that he's gonna, like, take his own life again. Very sad stuff. Hopefully he doesn't go through with it. Sad, sad stuff. He tweets out, to think it's all coming to an end. My friendships, my career, my planned future in art design, and my entire identity over a 2-year age gap. A 2-year age gap. What is the point? And even still, the replies are all gonna be... Then who are you tweeting to? I mean, come on, man. And then he, like, changes his Discord status to, like... ending my own life. Hold on, I gotta call Connor. Let's see if he picks up. All right, he's not picking up. Got it. These types of okay, I disavow. If he, I hope he doesn't go through with it. He shouldn't go through with it. This feels evil. It's not. I'm not encouraging. I'm glad if it is attention seeking. I'm glad that it's attention seeking. Okay. Yo, I'm on the air.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, what's up?
Are you about to say something?
Yeah, I was about to scream the N-word, but I didn't realize. Thanks
Okay,
for letting me know.
talking about Fallen Chungus right now. Have you spoken to him?
I haven't spoken to him yet. No.
Is he?
Why is he? Is it crazy? Like I haven't fully dived into it yet. I was gonna cover it tomorrow.
Is he still with? Do you even did you archive his tweets?
I have I have his tweets, like his tweet talking about how he was in the self checkout line, and then the tweets
Yeah.
he made after that.
Yeah, can you send that?
Oh, did he delete them? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he took it all down. He took down his account.
Let me whip out the tweets. Give me a second here.
All right.
I got some of my. He took down his whole account, huh? That's crazy.
Yeah, and then he was on Blue Sky saying, haha, thanks Kiwi Farms, my life is over thanks to you. And he's saying he can't get any job because he gets instantly rejected now.
Okay. Sounds like his fault. Okay, let me send over these shitty little phone screenshots I took. I mean, I'm sure Kiwi Farms also has all of them because, you know, Kiwi Farms is crazy.
Yeah, but there's just like so much on this website. You just can't find anything you need because they just like post everything.
Yes, there's this. I think this is the post tweets. I'm gonna send you these four.
Oh wait, I got it.
And then there's the main. Did you have the main tweet as well?
Yeah, got the whole thing. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Fuck you. All right, cool. So, all right, got it. In the checkout line at Giant right now, might as well clear up some things since I have the time. I didn't groom her. I met her when I was 17. When I turned 18, then she turned 16. Then I turned 18, then she turned 16. A couple months after. I did not wait for her to age to have an excuse to have sex with. You didn't need. It's a less than 3 year age. I mean, it's not like a huge deal. She came on to me as like, why are you wording this like the way like a pedophile responds to something? She came on to me, as was said in the initial confession. I did not force her to do anything, as it was entirely spurred on by her. I didn't even consider a sexual interaction up until that moment, and from what I can remember, the only reason I didn't say no at the time was because it was so sudden. I'm not trying to say I was pressured, as that would be a very misguided angle, but the interaction was 100% a result of awkward compliance. I didn't lie when I said I had no sexual romantic attraction to her, as I can see that in hindsight. I've regretted this act since then heavily. It's been on my mind almost daily. I feel pathetic, and I feel I can never recover. People won't want me to recover, and that scares me. But why are you there's like a life you could go to where go to like the Midwest or some community in like the middle of nowhere and go live there. Like, why do you need to be online? Dude is just failing all the dialogue options. Yeah, that's like the best description I could like possibly come up with. I mean, this guy just has no... I don't know. This guy is just completely become a Mormon. True. This guy is just so lost, man. So fucking lost. May God have mercy on his soul. One of our encounters was him begging me to sit on his face so he could huh? What? Doing the huh? He asked you to he asked you to do he begged you to do pardon me, ma'am? Pardon? I sent money, Aiden. I didn't hear any. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Sorry. Where'd you send it? Cats a Flockin' tipped 25. Yo, I'm sorry I missed that. You have some strange, super generous. You have some strange friends. I do. Very true. Me and this guy are besties. 25. That's super fucking generous. Thank you so much. And you know that you guys can donate too. We now have a super chats link. Or you can donate via Streamlabs, whatever is preferable to you. And if you can't donate, make sure to like the stream, make sure to subscribe. All that stuff, man. Where's the dono bar? The goal, you could see goals now through super chats. Play the alert. Check what I said. I'm checking. Why is everybody so needy? Do this, do that, read this, respond to this. Like all night, dude. It's someone asking me to do something. Everyone just like needs something from me. You know what? We're just gonna start doing $3 per request. If your statement is you telling me or asking me to do something, you have to give me $3 for me to even read it. Okay, this is insane. It's all night, bro. All fucking night. Check, dude. Do this. Do this. Read my DMs. Wait, why aren't you reading my DMs? Wait, why aren't you... Wait, why are you not personally replying to every 15 messages I sent you? Why aren't you looking at and personally responding to the topic I sent in topic suggestions? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a rough few days, man. It's been a rough few days. To think that this is all coming to an end. My friendships, my career, my planned future in art and design, my entire identity over that's not why this came to an end. This came to an end a while ago. This is like the least endy, like nobody cares that you like if it was just I was 18 and fucked a 16-year-old, right? If that was just like the thing, if that was like it and that's all the lore about you, nobody would care. You could still have a future in art and design. It's everything about you that is out there. That's the problem. What career does he think he has? I don't know. His Twitter mutuals are implying he's like a rapist, pedo. Well, he should stop hanging out with these people. The problem is his Twitter mutuals are all like 17. This like Boing Bingus guy, he seemed to have good intentions. He came on my stream, seems like a cool person, but I think he's like 17 or something. And he like thought that like there was something morally wrong with, as opposed to like Fallen Chungus drew like Rule 34 of like Animal Crossing characters, and instead of being like this is super degenerate and like laughing at it, Boing Bingus was like, this is morally fucked because these two characters are canonically related. It's like, that's not the angle. The angle is, why are you drawing this? That's like insane. He's like, because they're canonically related, this is morally, like acting like he had drawn like Lolicon or something. This whole thing almost immediately became the app. Huh? What the? What just happened? Oh, I stepped on the wire. Really cool now that okay, he already said that. We already read that. Yeah, this guy is just like incapable of any engagement with the internet. And I hope, truly, although I highly doubt it, I hope he just like leaves and finds God. But at this point, he's not getting a job anytime soon. At this point, W streamer, professional streamer, professional. I've never claimed to be a professional. I'm literally in some like thin-walled apartment in South Central LA with. I'm actually streaming on my iPhone right now, believe it or not. When have I ever claimed to be professional? It was better without your face. The one time I used a wiggler instead of my face, Tokyo's like, put it back! Oh, wait, fuck, it's not... Give me a sec. I actually... Dude, this is a nightmare disaster stream. I should just end. Hold on. 1 sec. Alright, that should have fixed it. Dude, Connor is Connor is sabotaging my stream, dude. Connor is this is on purpose. This is like I'm being hacked. Connor is like on his like computer, sabotaging my stream, fucking with my stream. This is ridiculous, man. Wow, thickness of walls equals streaming expertise. Good. This guy used to have 1 million subs, by the way. Why am I doing this, man? Who am I doing this for? Honestly, I give Fallen Chungus this advice. Like, dude, why are you, like, streaming for, like, or why are you, like, tweeting for a bunch of people that, like, despise you? I give him this advice. I'm doing the same thing. If you think about it, I'm actually just as bad as he is. Peak to 12, a good one. You peaked at 12 is insane. True, true. Very creepy, creepy statements being made. All right, so let's see. All right, does this, let me go, I have to go through my mutual friends list with Connor to find this guy's Discord. 52 mutual friends. Oh, this Connor guy's terminally online. How do you have that many Discord? Oh, wait, it's mutual. Why is Connor mutual friends with that guy? Okay. All right. Oh, got it. Thanks. I'm falling asleep over here, then go the fuck to bed. Did he block me? Did he deactivate his... Okay, now I have to do a CAPTCHA to send him a friend request. Alright, put the diamond over and the square over. Verify. Did he delete his account? I don't have anything. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Okay, you want me to end stream? Like, I don't understand. What are you falling asleep over? What is causing you to sleep right now? Tell me what you want to see. I don't really have anything else. I did everything you wanted. I went live early. I didn't play Hoi 4. I did everything you... Blastard! Dude, where were you 5 minutes ago? Where were you 5 minutes ago when I was looking for you in chat? Just DM me on Discord, man. I was looking for you. I chose you over... Yeah, because Ethan Hassan, Destiny. Ethan Hassan. Ethan Hassan. Check topic. Okay, alright. Everybody calm down. His Discord status, by the way. Don't reach out to me. Actively planning my suicide. It's an interesting Discord status. I mean, obviously, don't do that, please. I was looking for videos of... Okay, good one, buddy. Please don't do that. Not good. Not good stuff, okay? Alright. Biggest blunder. I've given you like 15 fucking chances, man. You're out. You're out. Mods. You know what to do. Okay. Hold on. This whole thing, almost immediately, became the average Twitter drama. Tons of people just saying dumb shit to try and get a dunk or an own for engagement. No one actually cares about this girl or what we did. Why even take any of this seriously at all? Wow, it's almost like you've like just found out like the way the internet is, even though this is your like 10th drama, and yet you're going to continue to engage anyway, despite knowing that they all have a hard-on for you and are going to continue to like farm you for laughs because like you've no serious presence online. Like you purely exist online to be laughed at because you can't help yourself, and you now are beginning to realize this for the 10th time, and you're going to still come back and keep engaging anyway. Wow. Crazy how that fucking works. Why is this person not, like, in a just society, this person wouldn't be institutionalized for 24 hours. This person would be in a fucking lunatic hospital for years. Okay, you should have to prove why you should be released. This person is clearly not capable of taking care of themselves. They're not capable of being online. Being on the internet is a really powerful tool. The internet is a really powerful tool. You can ruin your entire life with it. And I feel like if you're like this mentally defective, you probably should not be allowed to like freely roam online. I can see some issues with that though, where you could like claim people you don't like are not mentally fit to be online, and I'm sure there's some like logistics problems with that. But generally speaking, like, yeah, it's astronomical levels of self-sabotage. It's a form of self-harm. It's like completely a form of self-harm, and he keeps doing it. He'll always say the correct thing, but well, that's why I didn't go hard on him in our first interaction. In the first interaction I ever had with this guy, I was like, that was with you, Connor, I think. I was like super like mellow with him because he was telling me things that like, he's like, yeah, I know I'm a little cow. I know, conceding on everything and then admitting he's going to stop being online. And I'm like, you know what? Can't really fault you for that. Good on you. And then he comes back, admits he's a fart fetish, humiliates himself again. It comes on my stream, it makes the same promise, and then falls back in it again. And now we're in drama. I predicted this. But I'm not like Nostradamus. Anybody with any level of familiarity relating to this guy can like predict something like this, right? Because it's not just like a general pattern. It's like almost identical every single time. And the fact that he knows and can clearly observe it and just can't help himself from repeating it is just fucking insane. These kinds of people need close friends to really help them. Someone like him would have a very hard time making close friends. He doesn't need a close friends. He needs like a father, but he's too old to have like one that's that active in his life. He needs a father that's gonna like force him to go hiking and like break his computer when he tweets. You gave him legit advice too? I mean, yeah, I'm obviously farming his like crash outs for content here, but like initially when I met him, I did want like, if he could succeed, right? I don't want to watch this guy like, I'm not like an evil person. I don't want to watch like somebody who's younger than me, especially, just like waste their entire life and ruin it. Where are your friends? Dead. Okay. The antisocial freak didn't want to go offline. True. I remember afterwards you were like, damn, he doesn't seem so bad for an interview. Well, yeah, but that's because that was my first impression with the guy. I didn't realize, like, I took him at face value, and that was a mistake. But, like, he wasn't that bad if I was just looking at his statements then in isolation. The problem is, you're right, he was just telling me what I wanted to hear. Be his father figure, Aiden? His life isn't that bad. I mean, at least that's a very hurtful comment you just made. That's very hurtful. It's very hurtful. Be his father figure. Yeah, dude. True. I kind of want to save this, like, all this Cameron shit for tomorrow. Could you go live? I am live. I am live. And you can support me with your helpful donation, which will go to my wallet and I will use to buy illicit drugs, and other illegal things that are illegal and not allowed. Poor Aiden is going through it. Oh, dude, unfortunately, okay, the quick political thing. It's gonna be like 2 seconds. Okay. I just didn't get to talk about this. I need to talk about this real quick. Is there anybody in this chat that is supportive of Trump opening Alcatraz? I know some of you like the guy. Okay, there's not a single person here, right, that like thinks this is a good idea, right? Nobody actually thinks this, right? Bro's tired after 3 hours. I got up super fucking early. I had a lot to do today. It's the end of the day. It's such LARP. Yeah, it's done. It's like you can't be about saving money and then do like something purely for image that's like so unnecessarily expensive. For those of you that don't know, I've been over this before. He's like, we need a secure prison. Alcatraz is outdated. I don't even think they have like a water supply at the or a water supply that could give all the inmates that it would hold. They would have to refit the piping. They would basically have to build a new facility, and it would be super unnecessarily expensive. And we already have a prison that is the new Alcatraz. And unlike Alcatraz, this prison has never had a documented escape, right? I've been over this before. This prison has never had a documented escape. It's called the Alcatraz of the Rockies. We spent a ton of money to keep it open, and it literally, like the purpose that Trump said, to hold America's most dangerous inmates, that's literally what this place does. It holds America's most dangerous inmates. People who've killed prison guards, escapees, members of the cartel, El Chapo, like everybody, the Unabomber before he died, like everyone is held in here. So there's no reason to go and like refit Alcatraz. Also, it's cool to visit. It's a huge tourist track. There are 357 inmates. What's the cap? I don't think it's that big, right? But the thing is, Alcatraz isn't that big either. How many people could Alcatraz hold? The whole reason Alcatraz got shut down to begin with is because it was just not profitable. It was not worth the cost we were spending on it. And now we make money, like the U.S. Parks. Fuck, I forget forget the name of the department, but makes millions off of like tourism to Alcatraz. Alcatraz, like at this point, just build a new prison. Okay, Alcatraz at its maximum could hold 336 inmates. This prison can hold 357. National Park Service. I'm tired, bro. I'm sorry. You can't even put these prisoners to work? What are they going to do there? Well, I visited Alcatraz a year ago. I took a boat. You know, you do the tourism. It's so cool, too. Like, could we just, like, not pretend like it's not awesome to, like, go there and, like, see this old-timey, like, relic of the past and, like, get, like, a guided tour narrated by a former inmate and, like, see, like, the cell they escaped from, and like it's cool and it makes money. Why would you unnecessarily get rid of that? Why would you get rid of that? Anyone who has the opportunity to go, especially if they're going to get rid of it, go to Alcatraz. Go to Alcatraz. It's a very... I got a guided tour by an inmate on the little headphones. Yeah, but this place is exactly what Trump tweeted out. We need somewhere to hold the most dangerous inmates or whatever. This is literally the place, okay? Nobody's ever escaped from here. You have the people who were involved in 9/11, the 1993 Trade Center bombing, I think that's the shoe bomber, ton of terrorists, El Chapo, Boston Marathon bomber, Olympic bomber, mob members. Like, this is literally like the Arkham Asylum of America. It holds like America's most dangerous people. So we have it already. There's no reason to go and build this fucking unnecessarily expensive like new thing. Dude, Alcatraz is cool, man. Alcatraz is cool. It's Alcatraz, but better. And we don't need to ferry supplies there 3 times a day. Did you see the Christy Gnome Hunger Games idea? No, considering she shot a puppy, I'd imagine it's as crazy as you're thinking, as I would believe it to be. Is Guantanamo Bay still a thing? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Guantanamo Bay is still a thing. And it's completely fucked. Yeah, you can go, if you go to Alcatraz, you can go inside of solitary confinement. She wants migrants in a reality show competing for... Wait, can you link this to me? This is hilarious. Wait, there's no shot. Wait, can you link this to me? You're joking. You're joking. Christy Gnome wants migrants to compete for citizenship on new reality show. A Homeland Security official told the Daily Beast the show is in early stages of vetting, though approval has not been given or denied. Dude, and you had like Dr. Phil assisting in like deportations. Dr. Oz has like a governmental position now. Pete Hegseth was a former like Fox and Friends host. Judge Janine Pirro from Fox News is getting some like governmental position now. Dude, what is going on, bro? What is going on? You thought it was an Onion article? I thought it was an Onion article. I thought it was an Onion article when I fucking read that she shot her dog because it was a puppy and it was biting people, and that's what puppies do, right? They teeth like people do, and they'll sometimes like give you like a love tap or whatever, and it was kind of like being misbehaved. And puppies are trainable. They're not always the most well behaved, but they're trainable. And then the puppy, because dogs have a prey drive, right? That's why you keep them secure and away from potential prey. The puppy killed some of the neighbor's chickens. It didn't think it was doing anything wrong. That's its natural evolutionary prey drive. So what does this fucking maniac do? This maniac? She takes the puppy that's completely trainable, engaging in normal, untrained puppy behavior, and fucking shoots it. Okay? And not only did she shoot the puppy, she then goes and brags about shooting the puppy in her book. Okay? And when everyone's like, people actually think this might have, she was like an initial like potential VP pick for Trump, and this might have like gotten her not considered or whatever. But she brags about it in her book, not realizing that like to the average person that would be a horrifying thing to read. And I think Biden makes a comment, or some Democratic politician makes a comment. So she responds with, "Oh, it's no worries. I heard Biden's dog is having some problems. Like, if he wants, I can go shoot him too." She like offered to shoot Biden's dog. Like, this is like I would not be surprised if she's like a fucking sociopath. She has no like conception of like human emotions. Who shoots a puppy? Christy Gnome. She's head of Homeland Security, right? Yeah, Homeland Security Secretary Christy Gnome would shoot a puppy, actually. Christy Gnome reportedly wants the U.S. citizenship process to play out in front of the cameras. The Department of Homeland Security has been working with It's not even... People do love pets more than people. But I'm gonna be... Like, if you go and, like, punch a man versus killing a puppy, I'm gonna be far more judgmental of the person that killed the puppy, because the puppy couldn't have conceivably, like... is, like, totally vulnerable. So it's like, if you could take something that's totally vulnerable and decide to kill it, versus like you do something bad to like somebody you can like square up with, I think the how you treat the vulnerable is far more reflective of your character. So even though people are important as well, like when you're given complete control over a vulnerable being and can like go and do something like that and then brag about it, like I would be far more likely to not trust you than like the guy who got mad and punched another guy in the face. Citing a copy of Warsaw's 35-page program pitch, the Daily Mail reported that the Canadian-born producer aims to celebrate what it means to be an American and have a national conversation about what it means to be an American through the eyes of the people who want it the most. Here, we have Ricardo, whose family was killed by a gang in El Salvador. Wife, kids murdered in front of him, and he's competing for refugee status. Over here, we have Kim, who actually barely made it out of North Korea, and after being shot 7 times and recovering in a South Korean hospital, he's looking for citizenship so he could feed his wife and kids. Who will be tonight's biggest loser? How is this show gonna work? I'm very confused. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told the Daily Beast that the show's concept is under consideration, though she denied that Nome has reviewed the pitch in question. The concept is in the very beginning stages of the vetting process, she added, and approval has not been given or denied. The Department of Homeland Security receives hundreds of television show pitches a year, she said in a statement. Each proposal undergoes a thorough vetting process prior to denial or approval. McLaughlin denied Nome's involvement in the project, though unnamed sources told the Daily Mail that the Homeland Security Secretary supports it and wants to proceed. Dude, this sounds like a great idea. They're gonna have the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service tally votes. The program pitch reportedly starts with 12 pre-vetted contestants arriving at Ellis Island in New York City aboard the Citizenship. The show's host, preferably a famous naturalized American, like Colombian Sofia Vergara or Canadian Ryan Reynolds, will welcome them with a personalized baseball glove. Contestants would then travel from state to state aboard a train called the American. I'm pretty sure that was the name of Hitler's train in World War II. I'm not kidding. What was Hitler's train called? World War II. Oh, I don't know why I thought that. Oh, it was called America. Dude, that would be that would be like so fucking. His train was called America. My bad. This is called the American. Contestants would then travel from state. Okay. In themed contests ranging from balancing on logs in Hayward, Wisconsin, to building and launching a rocket in Florida's Cape Canaveral, which houses a major NASA hub. Officials from U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services are reportedly being eyed to tally votes. We'll join in the laughter, tears, frustration. What the fuck? We'll join in the laughter, tears, frustration, and joy, hearing their backstories as we are reminded of how amazing it is to be American. The pitch reads. The losing contestants will go home with iconically American prizes, including a million American Airlines points, a $10,000 Starbucks gift card, and a lifetime supply of 76 gasoline. They also have a leg up as they undergo the traditional citizenship process. The big winner, meanwhile, will get sworn in as an American citizen on Capitol Hill by a top American politician or judge. Wait, I would rather lose the show because I would have preferential treatment in the normal citizenship process, and I would get a lifetime supply of gasoline. I would rather lose and then go through it the normal way with preferential treatment and get into the country than just get into the country. A million American Airlines points and a lifetime supply of gas? Yeah, I'm down. I'll just lose. I'll throw on purpose. There won't be a dry eye within 10 miles. The pitch, we're going to make these migrants cry. During a Wednesday budget hearing, Noam was trolled by lawmakers over her many photo ops and costume changes, which have earned her the nickname Ice Barbie. Noam is cosplayed as a firefighter, an immigration agent, and a helicopter pilot in her trips around the country to oversee the implementation of President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. But the Homeland Security Secretary has remained unfazed by the criticism. Every day I wake up and there's new criticisms, like the time I shot my dog, she told Fox News last month. It's something different every day, so I try not to pay attention to the noise. Like the noise of my dog drowning on its own blood after I shot it, and then I had to go back out and shoot it again. We're cooked, bro. We're just cooked. How, I don't know. I don't know. How is the Alcatraz shit not satire? How is the immigration gold card not satire? How is the fact that he's taking a $400 million fucking plane from Qatar not satire? How is the fact that Kid Rock performed at the RNC not satire? No, this isn't The Onion. This is not The Onion. You're so lazy. What do you mean I'm lazy? What are you talking about? Dude, what is this guy fucking smoking? This is some shit you would see in Eastern European politics? True. True. $10 from Scoobs. Alcatraz Fund. Thank you, buddy. Super generous. Very, very, extremely fucking generous. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Okay. You should watch Queeman's brief appearance on Hassan. I put it in topics. Okay, I'll check it out. Where'd you put it? Dude, why can I not find this? Am I like stupid? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Oh, it's a picture, right? Or it's a Twitch clip.
Well, basic civil rights is anti-Semitic.
Wait,
so
well, yeah, I understand
that's why
that,
I think
but
it's
then,
anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you think it's anti-Semitic to believe one person, one vote now?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you think that is an anti-Semitic belief?
The slightest sympathy for Israel is not the same as supporting complete ethnic cleansing of Palestine, but I'll put that aside. Yes, if you follow the logic above, you'd have to admit that you believe the majority of Jews on earth are as good as neo-Nazis. No. You have to put it aside because I'm asking you a hypothetical law.
Okay, this whole argument, this is such like a bad argument. The majority of X group supports something, and you don't like the variable of support for this thing. Therefore, you're not allowed to dislike this thing or whatever because like majority of the group supports it. Is that not appeal to popularity? Is that not appeal to popularity? To say, oh, well, because majority of X group supports this thing, you don't like support for this thing, therefore you hate therefore you hate this group. It's like, it's bigotry towards this group. But it's not just Loner Box. I didn't see the debate. I don't really know a whole lot about Loner Box. Okay? I didn't like see this conversation, but this has been a common talking point. You know, like 70% of Jews, 70% of Jews. Another thing, too, is some of the polling I looked at, it also comes down to what are you counting as Jewish, right? Because for those of you that don't know, Judaism is an ethno-religion, right? So you could be any religion and still be Jewish because it's your ethnicity, it's your heritage, or you could be religiously Jewish and maybe another ethnicity or ethnically Jewish. And sometimes, like with polling, like the sentiment of Jews or whatever, Like there was some polling I looked at where they were only polling religious Jews, and I'd imagine, and some of the polling I did see that did poll Jews of like no religion or that were practicing another religion, the numbers were different. So, or the numbers were like heavily different compared to, which is expected compared to religious Jews. So like, are we like quoting studies that like leave that number out, or what, where, how? Yeah. But no, just because majority, like hypothetical, right? And people are like, this is an unreal. I hate when people say this is an unrealistic hypothetical. So just don't engage with the hypothetical, right? But if like tomorrow, the majority of I don't know, if tomorrow the majority of people in Paraguay supported like blowing up the fucking moon, and I don't like blowing up the moon, right? That doesn't make the notion of blowing up the moon like any more right or wrong just because the majority of the people in Paraguay are supporting that. And that same logic is like constantly used in regards to this discourse.
So if the majority of Jews favored killing and displacing all the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and I said that that's a fascist position, you're saying that that would make me anti-Semitic? Just clarifying. Might have to think more about it, but you probably would be. If the majority of Jews seriously wanted to kill and displace 5 million people, it would be justified to think there's something wrong with them. Unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater. Lol. What?
You can hate most of a group without hating. If like them being a member of that group can be a confounding variable, but if that is not the variable that is like determinant of your hatred, then it's like that's not the, I mean, this is such like bad logic. That's such horrible logic. Yes. If you hate majority of a type of people because that's a confounding variable, but that's not the variable that's determining your hate, that doesn't mean you hate that group because of the variable that makes them a part of that group. So just like I said before, if I hate majority of people in Paraguay because majority of people in Paraguay support blowing up the moon, and I don't like people who support blowing up the moon, I'm not a Paraguay hater. I'm a moon blowing up hater. And if that includes majority of Paraguayans, that does not mean I hate Paraguayans because they're from Paraguay or anything. Is that not the black friend argument? No, because the thing is, right? Anybody who, I've spoken about this before. Whenever somebody has one of the good ones, they're making the assumption that there is some sort of trait that is intrinsic to this group of people, and it would make like for example, like if you believe like it would be if you're under the assumption that a Jew is a bad person unless they prove otherwise, and then they're one of the good ones, right? If that's the null default assumption that you're making, then yes, you would probably be bigoted, right? And that's the thing of the my black friend people, right? The person they're friends with, they see as the exception, but like the null assumption is that the person meeting this variable is bad. That variable being they're black, they're from Paraguay, etc., etc. If you argue Zionism is the... Huh? Then it is in fact anti-Semitic. What are you... Is the quality... Just... Can you type that in English? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. Do you want to call in? You're welcome to call in. Call in. Call in. Call in. You yell when people... Oh my... You yell. You yell. Don't yell at me. Please, don't yell at me. Shut up, bitch. I don't know, man. It just seems like an easy way to excuse hatred. Okay, it can, and that's why you would then question it more and look at the context. And if the context is indicative of hatred, then you can make that assumption. Louis, it's been a long time, brother. I'm still banned from Spicy Chat, which I will be boycotting and not returning to when I get unbanned. Aiden, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Thank you, though. If you want to call in and talk to me about the spinal, you're welcome to, okay? Do you not think this how? Call in. I'm not arguing with you from chat. I'm not doing this, okay? If you want to call in, call in.
That is... God damn. I feel like even hitting that line to say, like, you know, the overwhelming majority of Jews want to ethnically cleanse all Palestinians in and of itself is like an anti-Semitic. It's like entertaining
Isn't he banned from your
something that is
Discord?
deeply anti-Semitic.
He can call me. He has my Discord. He can call me. I'm banned from your server because that's the only way you could contact me, right? It's not like you like DM me the other day or anything, right? Right?
To say like all Jews. He's saying most Jews don't want what's going on right now, which is an insane position because it's not true. Yeah, like if we're talking about the Jewish population of Israel, there's plenty of polling to suggest that like they either don't care about what's going on or want it to continue or want it to.
That's true. That's totally true. Yes, there is like if you look, like polling from Israel is totally unhinged. Polling from Israel is completely unhinged. Like insane. Yeah, he's just right on this.
To escalate, as a matter of fact.
I'm probably gonna do Cameron tomorrow. Aiden, genuine question. Why does it always have to be a my black friend quote instead of my Mexican friend? Okay, I said my black friend because a black guy in my chat said, Aiden, is this not the my black friend argument? I'm quoting him. He's the one that's me addressing the metaphor that he used. My metaphor was about people from Paraguay.
Like, that's not controversial to say. It's just an accurate reflection of facts.
True.
Not just anti-Semitic in practice, but anti-Semitic in motivation.
I don't think it has to be in motivation. Mostly people have...
Hello?
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, well, the point I was like making, it's like I feel like that's like a my black friend argument, no? To just be able to go, well, it's not your race I hate. I just hate the way your like race acts or the things your race believes in. Like I feel like that's like the same thing, no?
Okay. The difference is, with the my black, it's actually not the same thing at all, right? You are attributing, you're making a direct association. You're making a direct association between blackness and the variable you don't like, right? If you don't like Zionism and you're not anti-Semitic, you're not creating the association where it's like, oh, because you're Jewish, I take issue with that. Or if you go up to a random Jew that does not express any support for Israel and
okay,
take issue with
wait.
that, and then say, oh, well, it's not that you're Jewish, I take issue with it, it's that you're Zionist, and they haven't given you like any indicator that they're Zionist, despite the fact that you know they're Jewish. Okay, you're linking the variable you don't like with somebody's with an immutable characteristic.
I was gonna ask, isn't Zionism like I'm honestly, I'm not even like trying to be funny or anything. Like genuinely, isn't it like an inherently like linked thing to like Judaism, I guess, and like the Jewish people, or is it like I've never heard other like religions or races or anything because like Zionists. It's almost always been like a Jewish related thing for me. So I'm genuinely asking.
Okay. So it's the belief in a Jewish state, right? Originally, that's its conception, and people will still say, well, it means the same thing. Nowadays, right? Even if you're like technically a Zionist, the term has different connotations. and like a modern colloquial usage, but like formally and upon its original conception, the belief is like a Jewish homeland in the state of Israel. Okay, just because that is related to Jews, like for example, right? I'm not saying the two things are necessarily the same, but the Third Reich claimed to be a state for ethnic Germans and unite all ethnic Germans. If you took issue with if you took issue with the existence of the Third Reich just because it was a German thing, claimed to be a representative of the German state, that doesn't mean you took issue with people by virtue of them being German. And I know it's not the same thing. I'm not saying that, but in the context of what we're comparing, a state claiming to be the representatives of a people and you taking issue with that state, right? I'm explaining why you taking issue with that state would not necessarily mean you just take issue with that peoples as a whole because they claim to be a representative for them.
I think I get it. I mean, I guess I get what you're saying on how it's not, since like it's not like inherently linked to it. Like, yeah, like you're not being. I guess I see it. I don't know. I don't know if it's an emotional response or what I'd call it, but like it just kind of bugs me to hear you go, well, you know, clearly it's not like, oh, I hate this group of people, and it's more I hate this group of ideas because they're like, oh, well, they clearly have no problem with this, and like that's like secondary. And it's like, even if it's secondary, I feel like if that's sort of like involved in it, I feel like it just kind of makes it wrong. Because like you could say something like, boom, I wish people living off like government assistance or something like that would get a job and start working. And like you could say that, and you could technically be like, okay, that's not like related to black people. But then if you like, the main reason you're like saying that is because you mostly see like black people doing that. It's like that hatred is sort of inherently in there.
Yes,
you sort of get what I'm saying?
Yes, that's true. They're contextual indicators that would show that your issue really isn't like with government assistance. You're just finding ways to target black people because you see them doing these things. So you're like using that as like an in-between. But your main gripe is with black people.
Yeah, is that not like sort of, I feel the same with what they're doing, or is this, how is it different?
Because they can give you like specific criticisms of the Israeli state, the things they take issue with, right? Why they don't like it, what they think the state is doing that's wrong, etc., etc. These people will explicitly try to disassociate the Israeli state from Judaism. They'll say it over and over again. Zionism isn't Judaism, to the point where they're literally taking like, because yes, the majority of Jews are Zionists, but they'll take like groups like Nahuri Karta, I think, that are like anti-Zionist, like fringe groups, and then prop them up and be like, look, these are representatives of the Jewish people. Their issues with Zionism, and they don't want to hate Jews, to the point where they're like trying to disassociate Jews from Zionism by propping up these like fringe anti-Zionist groups. So it's obvious this isn't their issues with the state, not with Jewish people.
So you don't think they're like comparable to like the right wing guys who hate like Israel? You think they're like two different things, basically?
Yes, because because what would be a good contextual indicator? The right wing guys, a lot of them, the ones that are taking issue with Israel, had initially like praised people like Hitler. What did Hitler do? Aggressive expansion, the killing of civilians, etc., etc. So they've indicated that these are two factors they're willing to support. Now, when you bring over those same factors, which a lot of anti-Israel proponents will tell you is why they dislike Israel, right? All of a sudden, when the right-wing people all of a sudden change their tune and take issue with these things when it's explicitly applied to Israel, right? It's probably indicative of the fact that their main gripe is that it's Jewish, right? Or that it claims to be a Jewish state.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. So go on, what's the like difference for the left?
Well, because the left will criticize the exact same actions and they're being perpetrated by non-Israelis. Like, yeah, I'll agree that they sometimes like are ignorant when it like they'll like sweep for certain places, like the Chinese or whatever, but that's because they've like deluded themselves. But like generally speaking, like the leftists like anti-Zionists are like this isn't the first time they're applying this principle. They've applied like probably comparable principles to other areas. Anyone who's tweeting out Free Palestine now, that's not like an alt-righter, has like tweeted out like similar shit like Free Congo, I mean, you could like, this is not the only issue they've spoken about in the past, right? These outside of a Jewish associated context, the same principles have been applied in other parts of the world. As opposed to the alt-righters, where these like principles only take effect when it's giving them a justification to criticize Jews.
Yeah, and if that's, I guess I don't really know. I guess I don't know. I guess I'd say it's just an emotional thing about it. I don't know, because maybe it is like illogical or whatever. I guess, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, you're not. I hate. Like, I don't think you're wrong or like what you're saying, because I think you're like somewhat knowledgeable when it comes to like this stuff, I guess. But like, I don't know, something about it just feels wrong to me. And I guess at the end of the day, my feelings don't really matter when it comes to like the actual, I guess, state
Hello?
of it, I guess.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Hello.
I mean, yeah, you have an irrational or illogical belief. That's okay. A lot of people have those.
Yeah, I guess that's how I'd word it. Oh well. Can I be unbanned from your server, please?
Do you understand why I'm not letting you into my server? Like, are you able to understand?
No, because I haven't done anything. I got banned for no reason.
Okay. You got banned because you've decided to publicly associate yourself with certain like fetishes or maybe not fetishes, interests, right? And you're not hurting anybody, but at the same time, that's still just like not something that's like a huge liability to have somebody like that in my server. Second of all, right, if I was even going to consider it, no, I'm not going to consider it because wait, hold on. Because I just want to verify if this is you. This is real. Bear with me here.
Okay.
Okay, wait, yeah, here it is. Secondly, now I'm definitely not letting you in because somebody in your server apparently says we need to go to war with Aiden's Discord. You say war? Authorizing full gore posting.
I did not. No.
I did not
Tell him to do that. I did not tell him to do that. I did not say. I said I don't condone it. I said I don't condone it.
This is like I don't condone it, but I mean it's kind of a.
I mean, what do you want? Okay,
giving
what do
him
you want me to
permission.
say though? I'm literally telling him I'm not a part of this. I can't physically stop him. Like, what do you want me to do?
You can't stop him, but like for example, if a guy was in my server talking about going at. I'm assuming shovel dog is what it sounds like, right? Is it a dog getting beaten with a shovel?
Yes, it's a gif of a dog getting beaten to death with a shovel. Yes, it's a very terrifying, disgusting image.
Okay, so if somebody was like in my server posting that about going to your server and doing that, I'd be like, this person's totally fucking unhinged, and I'd probably ban them.
Well, I mean, I think they're like, I don't condone it. I think it's unhinged, but like,
you say you don't condone it.
I don't like banning people for no reason. What reason would I ban them for?
You're like, okay, you realize you could say I don't like when you say I don't condone it, but I'm not in control with you. I'm not in control of you, so it's whatever. Or like you're like doing the kind of weak disavow, but you're like letting him know that he reasonably could just get away with it and stay in your server.
I mean, because he reasonably could. Like, okay, let's say hypothetically, he didn't even like tell me this, and he just went and did it, and then I got blamed for it. It's like, regardless, my I'd still say, well, I didn't condone it, but like, in that scenario, what am I going to do to stop him?
But that's different. This guy, in that scenario, right? In that scenario, I wouldn't pin it on you. In this scenario, I probably still wouldn't entirely blame you. But why is this guy even talking about me to begin with? Out of curiosity.
Well, I can check right now and like tell you the context, I guess. I don't know why.
Is it because we had a private convo where I said you probably wouldn't be allowed back in my server?
Well, I didn't leak that to my server. You just sort of said that yourself now, but like.
Okay, I didn't know if that was the context, but like, if it's a joke, it's a joke, whatever. But you clearly like if this is just an edgy joke, that's fine. But you believed it to not be a joke because you didn't respond with "lol." You responded with "I'll not condone it," but I'm not.
I mean, I didn't think he'd actually do it. Like when he, okay, I'm not really snitching, but like he like comes back after like I think maybe like an hour or something, and then he like. No, yeah, it's like almost an hour, 4 hours after, and he like says, "Oh, he got like banned from your server or something like that." And he was like, "Oh, did you like sell me out?" And it's like, dude, I didn't even know you actually went and did it.
No, I bet.
I didn't think he was gonna actually go and post Shovel Dog.
He didn't actually go and do it. The second I got tipped off about this, he got banned because I'm not gonna let him go and do that.
Yeah, I didn't know he. I didn't think he would. That's why I just left it alone. I didn't think he would actually like go through with
He
it.
announced he was going to, and that's why he got removed from the server to prevent him from going and doing that.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you stopped him, but like, what does that have to do with me? I'm not like condoning it.
Okay. You know what? That's very true. You're an innocent, wait, what the fuck?
What? Hello? Oh, well. I guess. This Miller guy's insane, man.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry, I got DM'd something by somebody. Okay. Well, that's just like a brief explanation. It's nothing personal, man, but it's a liability to have you in there. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, at least we're still friends. All right. Have fun.
Okay. Yikes. Yeah, no, okay, if you're like in this guy's server, like coordinating with these people, like you're just gonna get banned from my server. I don't know what to say, dude. Chronic was like going insane, having his crash out, trying to convince Spinal, you're gonna be unbanned from Aiden's server. Adding me, asking to unban him like 50 fucking times. People were DMing me about it. And then like Chronic is the whole reason Spinal DM'd me asking to get back in. Dude, this Chronic guy is so fucking annoying, bro. This Chronic guy is so fucking annoying. Holy shit. You're such a little tyrant because I want to preemptively prevent people from getting a video. There was people trying to coordinate to post a video of a dog being beaten to death in my server, and I tried to prevent that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Hempog. I'm talking about Hempog Chronic, yeah. Just saying yikes, it was mean. I just had a conversation about somebody in his fucking server talking about going into my server and posting a video of a dog being beaten to death with a shovel. What would be a more appropriate time to say yikes? What would be a more appropriate time for you? What would be a more appropriate time? Because apparently that wasn't worthy of a yikes. That's gonna be a yikes for me. True. Why are you saying yikes to... Dude, this is Sammy's least favorite word. Yo, $4.99 from Autism 420 with the $4.99. W stream 80. Thank you, much appreciated. The fuck does he want to do in the server? I don't know, man. I don't know. Who's calling me now, bro? I can't. Hello?
Aiden, your stream's boring me right now. You should cover my debate.
With who?
On the box.
How long is it?
I don't know, like an hour.
Is it like interesting?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. Alright. I'll check it out.
Okay.
I was about to end. I guess I could check out this fucking stupid debate with Loner Box. Or as far as I can get. We're probably not gonna watch the whole thing, but we can go like 20-30 minutes in. Got nothing better to do, right? So with that being said, make sure to like the stream, make sure to sub to the channel, and hold on. We've been going now for 3.5 hours, so hold on. Here, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. This is my previous Fallen Chungus coverage. When we get back, we're going to be watching, no. I did not quit smoking. When we get back, we're gonna be watching we're gonna be watching the Queeman Loner Box debate. Why can't I give subs? We haven't set up membership yet. So we'll be back here in a sec, folks. Here is my previous Fallen. Okay, that's Fallen Chungus's @ on Discord. That's not the video. This is me watching Fallen Chungus crash out on Discord. Is them being, but it's not pedophilia. Wait, what is a plap? What does plap mean? What does plap mean? Hold on, let me look this up. Plap. What the fuck does that word mean? Plap. Plap. Urban Dictionary. Urban Dictionary. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. You guys couldn't have warned me? You couldn't have fucking warned me before I looked that up? Holy fuck. Why would you write that? Why would you ever fucking write that? Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
You know, afterwards.
So the guy that leaks this, he streams and like Fallen Chungus calls it, or is this I think no, this is being streamed on Fallen Chungus's end.
You made it public, right?
Yeah.
You made this stuff public on
And that ringing is not coming from my end, it's his end.
Twitter or shit, right? And I don't respond to most shit seriously until I kind of have to. So I made a funny meme about it instead.
This is the guy that leaked the fart porn. And then Fallen Chungus is the guy with the Clarence profile picture.
Yeah.
I responded to it seriously. So that's what I did. I just made a funny little thing to deal with it, and that's about it. You then lease the entirety of
Dude, I love how if you're gonna record, you don't like, you gotta pick between chatting and recording. Okay, I appreciate that somebody archived this, but you gotta pick between one or the other, because this is just like aids to. I know nothing's even happening on screen, but no, wait, wrong way. Hold on, we just need to we need to just get into the mood. There we go.
Secretion. And so I was like, you know what? It's time to cook this guy. It's time to get him off.
Which is fair.
Make
I'm not
sure he doesn't come back.
I'm not going to say you weren't fair for that, but at the same time, I don't like this, like the way that you framed it. I don't think is the most for example,
productive.
Well, not.
So here's the thing I don't think this guy's like a pedophile or anything, but like framing it like a 15-year-old or whatever. He's 18 at this point in time. You should never at 18 be engaging with a 15-year-old in any sexual context. It seemed like he was making a joke with them. I don't think he's a pedophile, or it's like, first of all, 15, I just don't know if you should really be roaming Discord at all. Like, I don't think he's a pedophile or anything. I mean, it seemed like a joke. And even if he was engaging with this 15-year-old, it would be like really odd and reckless, but it wouldn't be like pedophilia because he's 18, 15.
We're not productive. Well, it's. I don't want to say you're lying because.
Yeah, at 18, you should not be interacting with 15-year-olds in a sexual fucking manner.
Like it's still,
but it's not pedophilia.
Still kind of there. I mean, you were lying about the second half. Like whatever. Like
okay. Hold on. That's her brother right there, dude.
In my professional opinion, both sides, both of you are like extremely emotionally driven. Like these are like emotional responses.
That was funny. I guess that's emotionally driven.
You were mad. You were a little bit peeved that he said that, and that's why you posted it. And then fungus. Fallen Chungus.
Fallen fungus.
He got mad about it, so he leaked fucking secretion out of anger, and then the emotional.
I love the the hamster. Oh yeah, there's a hamster. I thought it was all dog. No, it's a cat and dogs and a hamster. Very wholesome. Very wholesome. We wouldn't know that this is being streamed by a guy who is leaking that he's a fart fetish to the world.
Responses.
Who are these autists? This is Fallen Chungus, the guy that drew the fart porn. And then the guy talking right now is the guy. It's being streamed by Fallen Chungus, the lolcow that drew the fart porn, and the guy confronting him is the guy that leaked the fart porn.
Stack upon each other. And it's like this.
Well, I know, right?
This could have been solved if we sat down.
Because he's Fallen Chungus, is that I'll probably win.
All right, Lumpy. Thank you for the commentary. Appreciate it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not about winning at this point.
I'm not taking it down.
I feel like
I'm being dead ass. I don't really care that much. I think winning's pretty funny, so I'm gonna keep winning.
Okay.
You fucked me over.
Yeah, so we've got Boing Bingus, Kekius, Kekius Maximus, and Fallen Chungus.
This is the consequence. You don't.
Can he be rehabilitated though? Based on the way he operates, he's too impulsive. You can't really fix that level of impulse, so he should not be somebody that's like engaging with an online community. Rehabilitated is, I think he should like go pursue real life ventures. Hell, maybe even change his name. They could still track you if they really wanted to, but like 5 years time, nobody's gonna fucking remember this kid if he like doesn't become a even bigger lolcow than he already is. But at this rate, he very well might, and then he'll get like a community of obsessives that will follow him whether he's on the internet or not. Like Chris Chan doesn't have the option of leaving and starting a new life. He probably does at this point, but it is only going to get worse from here if he goes at the rate he's going.
Don't fuck with Boing Bingus. Don't fuck with Boing Bingus, okay?
Okay.
That's how it is.
I don't know. I just don't feel like you're taking this seriously if you just want me to be that honest.
No, that's always.
Yeah, you're arguing with fucking Boing Bingus about fart fetish art. But who is supposed to be taking this seriously except you? Please take the Boing Bingus Fallen Chungus drama seriously.
Always how it's been, dude. It has always been don't fuck with Boing Bingus. Boing Bingus will fuck you over if you fuck him over.
Okay, bro. Like
I go eye for eye.
You're just not taking this seriously.
Well, okay. But Boing,
I'm a new Boing Bingus fan, dude. AIDS gang stands with Boing Bingus. I fear that. I fear that guy. We love Boing Bingus. Boing Bingus gang represent, dude. Shout out Boing Bingus.
I got a question for you though. Like, do you think anything besides like everything from today? Do you think he like did any of that out of like malice? Or
No,
just out of, like,
no.
retardation?
I never said he did.
Well, yeah, exactly. So he wasn't trying to fuck with you.
I know,
like-
but he is still
it's
a
like getting
liability,
mad.
and his actions still hurt.
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
That's
a
something-
drunk person, when they, go and grope somebody, is that okay? Is the
No,
groping
no, of
now
course
like
not.
nullified because they're?
This is Boing Bingus's problem, okay? He is joking, but like how you should be approaching this. I'm not encouraging this, but if I were him, I'd be laughing at him, bullying him. He's like actually trying to he actually has a moral qualm with like him making that joke to a 15-year-old. I don't think he should have made it. I don't think you should be interacting. You should have 15-year-olds in your servers. But I don't think it's like a fucking. All right, folks, I'm back. Let's get into this. So Queeman sent me his debate. I did so good. I'll be live probably for another 30 minutes, 40 minutes, depending on how good this is. Okay, so we're gonna check out the Queeman Loner Box debate. Listen, guys, I was good. I didn't pull up Hoi 4 the whole stream. All right, look how good I've been. Okay, so it's here, dude. What a stupid intro screen. Dude, this Queeman guy stole my whole aesthetic, by the way. Alright, let's listen to this thing. How long is it? Okay, it's not bad. We'll speed it up, though. If you guys want to support the Loam hours, I did... Listen, I went live at, like, 6. I did better. Okay? Support the stream. Super Chat. Streamlabs. If you can't, like up. Sub up. Join the Discord. All that good stuff. Alright, let's get into this. tomorrow I'm doing the good topic, and hopefully I'll go live earlier.
Gritty in a way to.
I have to speedrun a book though. You deserve Hoy for true.
How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good.
Are you like on the other end of your room?
Yeah, I was just grabbing a drink. Sorry.
Wow, empty chairing me. What the fuck?
no.
Yeah, there's nothing going on in the background here. I'm playing Hoy 4. Fuck you guys.
Jesus.
Okay, so there was.
His
Right, do you want to pop
predates yours? Nope. I've had the red branding on this channel, even though it was inactive, since like 2018, 2019. When was this channel created? This specific channel was created 2018. Yeah, I've had red on this channel since like 2018. No, actually that's not true. It was purple at first. Then it became red, I think, in like 2019.
tweets, because I remember I sent you a screenshot when I was first messaging you to talk. Okay. So the other day I messaged you. I sent you some screenshots of some tweets at the pub, seething about politics on my phone. And I saw you say, the slightest sympathy for Israel is not the same as supporting the complete ethnic cleansing of Palestine. But I'll put that aside, so I assume someone's being disingenuous with you beforehand. You say, yes, if you follow the logic above, you'd have to admit that you believe the majority of Jews on Earth are as good as neo-Nazis. No. This person says, if the majority
Yeah,
of...
it's just like bad. It's just like such a disingenuous line of argumentation. Majority of this group supports this thing you don't like, so you don't like majority of this group, so that means you're bigoted against this group. That's just like obviously like logically that makes like that's like a super bad way to go about like arguing this, because I could present you many hypotheticals where you would still, if you dislike all people that like one thing, and then there's like people of you know common characteristic that also dominantly support this thing you don't like, right? You're still gonna not like that group. You're not gonna change your belief just because it's supported by a given majority. Isn't that just like appeal to popularity?
of Jews favored killing and displacing all the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. And I said that is a fascist position. You're saying that would make me anti-Semitic. Just clarifying. And you said, might have to think more about it, but you probably would be. If the majority of Jews seriously wanted to kill and displace 5 million people, it would be justified to think there's something wrong with them. Unless you think you can hate most Jews without being a Jew hater, lol. So, I feel like saying that if a majority of a group believes something, and you believe, in your opinion is, that belief is like abhorrent, you know, despicable, beyond pale, Nazi adjacent or Nazi leaning, whatever you want to call it. If you believe that, about that position, then you are, in some essence, bigoted against that group, the whole position.
I didn't pre-watch, okay? I did not pre-watch. I didn't pre-watch. I promise.
Okay.
This guy's stealing my talking points.
So I can probably fast forward like 2 or 3 steps of this conversation if you want. So if the majority of Jews actually wanted to just kill like 5 million fucking Arabs, would that make them, would it make you anti-Semitic to not like that, to think like you've got a really big issue with most Jews? Like you think most Jews are basically on the same level as Nazis? And then I would say, well, your behavior might be kind of like indistinguishable from that of someone who's bigoted against Jews, because you'd be discriminating against them. You would probably be like red flagging every other fucking Jew that you see, because it's a majority of them. You'd also be having to wonder, why is the majority of this particular ethno-religious group like wanting to just murder 5 million people? That's kind of crazy. Then
well, you could okay, I don't believe, like, I don't believe that the majority of this group wants to ethnically cleanse whatever, right? Like I don't agree with that assumption, but if this guy does believe that, then yeah, he would be justified in still disliking people for believing this thing, even if it's representative of a majority of like a certain ethnic demographic.
And the counter to that would be, well, you're not really hating them for their immutable characteristics. You're hating them for something that is just a political opinion that they hold, but they don't necessarily have to hold. And then I would respond to that by saying, that's probably fair. It's not the same as hating them because of an immutable characteristic. But then it circles back to the actual conversation, which is, if a slight sympathy for Israel makes you a neo-Nazi, then the question would be that if the majority of Jews have a slight sympathy for Israel, which I think they do, I think it's quite clear, then is it anti-Semitic to call that neo-Nazism? And I would say that
well, what he should be contesting here, if he disagrees with like the conclusion that slight sympathy for Israel equates to this like really bad thing, instead of saying, oh well, majority of this group, like this is like the problem I have. Instead of like trying your hardest to paint all these people as anti-Semitic, why not just like argue against their line of logic? Say, okay, you don't like Israel for X and X reasons, and then if you disagree with that, explain like why their logic is wrong, instead of being like, oh well, you're indistinguishable from this other group even though you don't believe the same thing this other group believes. Like it's just like a very it's like a very like bad way of engaging with an argument.
Is because there is something about the general experience.
Okay, just when you just I don't have the rest of this exchange.
Are you an active reader? I used to be every like few months, I'll just want to read a book and then I'll do it, and then I won't for a few months. It's really fucking bad. But I used to be a pretty active reader. I have to admit, I've not read as much as I'd like to this year.
Change in front of me right now. So just trying to get some context on the rest of what you're saying here. Is roughly the conversation that's happening here, is it about that polling where that is used to say basically 90% of Jews are Zionists?
It's not 90, it's like 70 something.
Well, I hear it quoted as 90 by like
75,
a bunch of people. But yeah, basically, there's this polling that says that most Jews, doesn't say most Jews are Zionists. It says like, it's about positive feelings towards Israel or something. And people take that to mean most Jews are Zionists, right?
Depends on which poll you look for, because like for American polls, there are polls that will just say like most Jews believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, so that would be Zionist.
Sure,
like,
but then,
like 70% say they're Zionist.
So what definition of Zionism do you use? I thought
Israel has a. Yeah,
I thought so. Your position is Zionism is just Israel has a right to exist, not that there has to be an expansionist element to Zionism.
No, it's Zionism is Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. You can be.
The other problem we have with this discourse is that people using the word Zionist are like using two like different, like the thing is, right, in its essence, right, Zionism is just the belief that the state of Israel should exist, right? That maybe that was like the original like founding principle. And at the time it was being founded, you could probably argue against that, right? Nowadays, it's like, yeah, it's super like unpragmatic to like, ideally, right? Ideally, I would have a one state like secular solution where like no ethnic group is given like more like recognition by the government and purpose of the state than another. But I know that's like not possible right now. So temporarily, transitionary, whatever, like a two-state makes sense. But I wouldn't call myself a Zionist because the term Zionist now, with like modern political context, like colloquially, has different connotations to it than like the majority of people you see like online that are outspoken Zionists are like advocating for way more than just like the existence of Israel, right? They're like supporting specific policies, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of like, it's like someone says they're feminist and you default to first wave feminist. Yeah, like Zionist, sure, there was like a formal meaning, but colloquially it's taken on a new meaning. And when we're arguing about that term and accusing people of it, sometimes people are just using the same word for like two different things.
Be a Zionist who opposes the settlements in the West Bank. You can be a Zionist who supports them, yeah.
So you don't think that Zionism, okay, so if you believe, let's say this, would you say this is a Zionist position, that in theory it should be a one state, one person, one vote, but that's not possible right now? Is that considered a Zionist position to you?
That's very difficult. Because
but I feel like that's where like most people land, most even, like not most I wouldn't say, but a lot of Western Jews are going to land in that position where they understand the legitimate security fears that Israel has in the current situation, but don't believe in an ethno-state. And so I feel like there's a game being played by almost both sides in different directions where everyone's trying to conflate Jew with Zionist. And the basis that's being used, sort of it feels like from you guys' direction, is, oh, well, most Jews have...
It just has always made me, like, incredibly uncomfortable, like, by virtue of... Because Judaism is such a vague term, and I think it would have been, like, more helpful to, like, separate, like, have a term for, like, religion and ethnicity. I know majority of Muslims are not Arabs, right? I'm pretty sure it's what, like, people from, like, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, but typically, right, there's an association. People can deny it. When you think Muslim, you think Arab, right? But like we can distinguish the two. Arab is like the ethnic group, Muslim is the religion. The thing about like Judaism is it's like an ethnicity and a religion simultaneously, and within that ethnicity you have numerous subgroups from like several different backgrounds, and like it makes me uncomfortable to like conflate a political position with an immutable characteristic like ethnicity. Like that like seems like, I don't know, it just like you have no control over being conflated with that position. Yeah, but the term Islamophobia is the same issue as anti-Semitism. Yeah, but the other thing too is anyone who's like self-identifying as an Islamophobe has always been like, I've almost always seen them like also reiterate like anti-Arab sentiment. The degree of overlap is a factor with what?
Have a positive sentiment towards Israel. So if you say that thinking Israel should be an ethno-state is a Nazi position, then you hate Jews. It feels like it's what's basically going on.
Well, where's this? Are you suggesting there's a majority of Western Jews who believe in a one person, one vote, one state solution?
No, I'm not suggesting. I don't know whether there's a majority. I'm saying a lot of people, I think, land on that position. A lot of those people who say, I have a positive feeling towards Israel, probably don't principally believe in the idea of ethnostates. Especially not more secular liberal Jews, I'm imagining.
Maybe I think my understanding of like most Western Jews as well is like when they say Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state, that the Jewish state implies that it's majority Jewish. Yeah. Or at least Israel.
So what polling is there? So what's the polling? How many Jews agree with the idea that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? What's the polling there?
I can find.
I don't know. I think it's like reasonable to say there should be a state that allows and welcomes like Jewish presence, but I feel like you're venturing into different and also like I don't know why like liberals are like so accepting of that. Like it's a state calling for like an ethnic majority. Like I don't know. I feel like in like any other context, maybe I'm like misreading something, but I feel like in any other context, like liberals would take like major issue with this. How do I describe myself if I'm scared of Islam but don't hate Arabs? So I wouldn't use the term Islamophobe because that has certain connotations that you probably don't identify with, even though there's like a formal use of the term, right? Or meaning, colloquially, it has its like own meaning, and you're gonna get lumped in with a lot of shit you might not believe in. If I were you, I wouldn't be like scared of Islam. Like it depends what you mean by scared of Islam. Like there's also a big difference between like contesting an ideology, and like a big problem I have with people like and to be honest, I used to do this, right? I'm obviously not like Muslim. I obviously don't agree with like the certain like Islamic based legal style of certain nations, like no shit, right? But a lot of people will then just like use that as an excuse to be like really shitty to like individual Muslims who don't even necessarily like believe in like the thing that that you're like who don't necessarily like believe in like the things that you take issue with. You could say, oh well, you could say the same thing about Zionists. Well, under these people's like belief of Zionism, like these two things are like intrinsically both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are bad terms because they encompass both race and religion. Well, true. I think there should be a term that describes like anti-Arab sentiment. There should be a term that I think there's actually it's called racial anti-Semitism versus like regular anti-Semitism, but racial anti-Semitism falls under anti-Semitism. I don't know. I think it'd be more helpful to have like distinguishing terms for like ethnic group versus like religion, in this case, because also it's just unnecessarily confusing. There are so many people that don't understand that like Judaism is an ethnic group and a religion. There's so many people that just don't understand that, and like it's a very confusing like thing to have to explain to everybody. Like I don't understand why there can't be like two terms. Say, oh well, I'm X and majority of Jews are X.
My little thread on it.
Because the one I always see cited is the one where it's just positive feelings towards Israel, and people use that to completely astroturf and act like every Jew is a Zionist.
I think people overestimate how much the average Muslim is like. I think the right word would be overly religious or orthodox. Well, that's the thing. I had an argument with this guy called Gilded Poo. Okay, Queeman knows the guy very well. But Gilded Poo essentially was like, Mudahar made a video like taking issue of pedophilia, and Gilded Poo is like, oh well, that's ironic considering your prophet, engaged in like underage relations or something. And I argued with him on that point because you don't need to be a follower of like following Islam. There's actually like debate amongst like, and I'm not saying I go one way or another, but there's like figures, like there's imams and shit that interpret Aisha as being older than the common claim is, so you can be Muslim and not believe that Aisha was a kid. And if like that's what you believe, then you're actually not a hypocrite for following Islam and then not liking this other thing, right?
Okay. This might take me a minute to find it because it's on a Twitter thread, so I don't know how to search my own fucking tweets. Is it French Jews I was talking about?
So with this
Jews,
Petri Club person, that helps.
Who's that?
I'm saying what the at you're replying.
Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. If we're assessing how much of a hypocrite the person is, it's like hinging upon what they believe. No, it's 100%. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It doesn't matter. What matters is what does the individual follower believe happen if we're assessing some sort of contradiction in their beliefs. So regardless of how old she might have actually been, right? Regardless of how old she might have actually been, that's not relevant to a claim of hypocrisy. We're looking for an inconsistency in someone's beliefs. It's about what the person believes.
Doing screen shares.
Oh no, it's not that. This is this is a really old thread that
okay.
I did about this. Was it a year ago I did this? What's this? So it was around April 2024. Okay, it's gonna take me fucking ages. Maybe find the recent Pew one on Israel. That might be a start for America. Pew Research, American Jews, Israel. Okay, so this is Pew in April 2024. There are probably some inferences we can make here, but if you disagree with any,
Well, like the claim isn't about whether he's wrong or not. The claim is he a hypocrite? And the hypocrisy would be contradicting positions.
then you can. I'll maybe send this to you. This is mostly about the war, but I think even if you look at if you look at where they're leaning just in terms of the war, I think it's probably safe to infer that most of these people are not going to be like one-stayers. Like one of the, so when it comes to even just like sympathy for the Israeli government,
I wonder if Queeman, if you're watching this, send this to me, because you like are autistic and probably have this like saved somewhere. I was looking, what is like good polling data on the average Israeli citizen's position on the West Bank? What is like the average Israeli position on that? Okay, I'm not sitting here and debating the age of Aisha. I'm debating whether or not Mudahar is a hypocrite. In that case. And what I'm saying is, there is a reasonable case where you could be a Muslim and not believe in that gap, not believe that that gap existed. And if that's true, then you're actually not a hypocrite.
you get like 54% with a favorable view of this government, like which is probably one of the most right-wing governments, or the most right-wing government Israel's ever had.
So I mean, yeah. So I'm saying, even under this, it's like, yeah, I'll agree.
This is a problem I have as well. Okay, this is like the biggest cop out, and I think Ethan does it too. Sometimes to like look like you care about the Palestinian side, maybe you do a little bit. It will be like easy concessions, like, yeah, Netanyahu's a war criminal, blah blah blah. And sure, that could be true, right? I don't even disagree with that point, but it puts it all on Netanyahu and what's his party, Likud, or whatever the fuck this guy's party is. Netanyahu is one of the most extreme manifestations of a sentiment that has like been existent in Israeli society long before Netanyahu. So it's like an easy like out for like Israeli society and the Israeli state to say that this is like purely a Netanyahu Likud issue. They're an issue, but they're not the precipitating factor. They're not the precipitating factor. So I feel like it's like a huge like cop out position. I don't know.
I totally agree that like a significant, probably at least half of Jews would be considered Zionists under the definition we're using right now. If you're assuming that, you know, what does it say? 62% of Jewish adults in the US see the way Israel is carrying out its response to Hamas as acceptable. If you're polling acceptable in April, this is April 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a little, yeah, that's a little bit different. I don't know. I don't feel like Joss is a strong inference on that. I thought this was like super recent. I don't know. I feel like there's plenty of people who could have seen it as acceptable in April 2024 who aren't principally ethno-state supporters.
When you say ethno-state, though, like that's the thing I don't get, is because if we're talking about most Jews in America, or even in France, Britain, etc., saying that they have favorable views towards the state of Israel and that they feel like it's an important part of their Jewish identity, like Israel implies Jewish state. Like that's very implied. It's going to be a Jewish majority state, because the only Israel that's not a Jewish majority state is one that somehow has been fucking cooed by a minority, or it's one that's dissolved itself and turned into a single one state with Palestine. So I think Israel is kind of quite implied to be.
But when you just say positive feelings towards Israel, this is such a vacuous poll question. Sure. That's not saying. There's so many different things that are connected to that, where someone's got family members that are from Israel, or they've been to Israel at some point in their life, or they see Israel as like, I don't like what they do. I wish it could be one person, one vote, but I see Israel as like, I like the fact that the Jews have the ability to go to a state that isn't in the West, where we've been fucking holocausted before. There's lots of reasons that people can have positive feelings towards Israel that don't necessarily mean I think this country should be an ethno-state into perpetuity, right? I think if the idea of believing,
yeah, that's another problem, like super vague. And the one West Bank poll I saw like did the same thing. It was like some super fucking vague question that like it was like, instead of saying like, would you support the construction of settlements or the annexation of the West Bank, the poll was worded like, do you think settlements in the West Bank have benefited Israel's safety? And that really doesn't really like, that's not like super telling of like whether or not someone's supportive of that policy or not, because you can believe that the West Bank settlements haven't yet helped Israel's safety, but it's still our land and we should annex it anyway, and it will once we take full control, etc., etc. So like I'd like to see a more like blunt question in that regard. Like, do you support the annexation of the West Bank? Do you think the West Bank should become a part of Israel? Almost like it's intentionally vague. True. Bibi faced nationwide protest before October 7th for his attempt to grab power. Okay, nationwide protest, it's a nation of millions of people, right? So even if like the numbers look big, that's not going to be like indicative of like the overall feelings or sentiment of like Israeli society.
Being an ethno-states, fundamentally, this is a fascist belief, right?
Is this a VOD or a video? Could you link it? Yeah, I'll link it. I'll link it. I'll do what Queeman fails to do when he shamelessly steals other people's content. Someone should DMCA this guy. Theft. Alright, here you go. This is Queeman, everybody. Make sure to check him out. Like his stuff. I love helping out smaller creators in need. Okay.
What? Believing in an ethnic majority?
Living in an enforced ethnic majority.
Hold on. He linked me something. Jewish virtual... Follow the money. Arab funding's grip on U.S. campuses. Okay, can we just, like, if you swapped Arab out for Jew, and, like, they're talking about an ethnicity, just so you know. They're talking about an ethnicity right now. If you swapped Arab out with Jewish, which is an ethnicity and a religion, they would 100% call that an anti-Semitic fucking dog whistle. That's insane. Arab funding's grip on U.S. campuses. Huh? Help us make it. I don't want to. Stop asking me for money. I've been on your site for 5 seconds. Are you in favor of establishing renewed settlements in Gaza? No. Okay, 51%. But then again, right? People who answering this could believe, okay, as of right now, like I wonder what ask, are you in favor of annexing Gaza? Because like people could be like, if we just establish settlements, they'll be unsafe. Like, what if you ask them about annexation? Oh wait, here it is. Do you support a peace agreement with the UAE over annexation of the West Bank, or do you prefer annexation? For annexation, okay. Support peace with the UAE. Prefer annexation. Okay. Judea and Samaria. Okay, this is always, by the way, for those of you that don't know, when they're calling it Judea and Samaria to refer to the modern day land instead of the West Bank, it's typically like a good sign that these are like people that are in favor of annexing it. The pollers, at least. In your opinion, from today's perspective, is various Israeli government's policy of building settlements in Judea and Samaria wise or unwise? Okay, so, alright, so amongst Israeli Jews, half feel at least it was moderately wise to very wise for the construction of settlements, right? And then a quarter think it was moderately, okay, so most think it was wise to build settlements in the West Bank. That's that's insane. That's pretty crazy. In your opinion, is the claim that the settlements are an obstacle to the peace of Palestinians right or not? Most think it's not an obstacle to peace. Most think he'll enable the Israeli government to build new settlements. Israel should exploit the opportunity to expand construction in considerable parts of Judea and Samaria / the West Bank. In your opinion, should Israel indeed expand construction at this time? I think it should not. I'm sure it should not. I don't know. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. I mean, that's still pretty troubling that almost half think they should continue to construct settlements, but at least half are not, like, totally insane, right? Did the lady from the Louis... I didn't see the Louis Theroux documentary, but I'm assuming you're referring to Daniela Weiss. She's, like, insane. And then somebody was like... I forget, there was, like, some quote tweet where somebody was, like, calling her a genocidal maniac. People are, like, calling Jews genocidal maniacs? And then somebody, like, replied with, like, a video of her saying, we need to kick them all out. We need to kick all of, like, the Arabs out of, like, the West Bank and Gaza or whatever the fuck. And then someone's like, you know, you're describing, like, ethnic cleansing, what you've just described to us, right? And she's like, call it what you want. It's gotta happen. I'm like, what the fuck? How does this person hold any form of office? She's called it Judea. That's what they all... whether or not they're calling it Judea or Samaria or the West Bank is, like, a good sign of, like, to, like, the neutral world, they're calling it the West Bank. Judea and Samaria is, like, the term used by pro-annexationists almost always, who are trying to use that term so they can have some biblical legitimacy when describing the land and make it seem like it's legitimate to annex it. It's like, I don't know, fucking, listen, I draw these parallels. I don't think it's anti-Semitic to draw parallels in certain aspects. But, like, if you were, like, talking to, like, pre-Czechoslovakian annexation, right? If somebody was, like, referring to Czechoslovakia as, like, Bohemia and Moravia or whatever, as opposed to Czechoslovakia, a German you were talking to, like, it's pretty good indication. They see it as theirs. In the wake of the Security Council's condemnatory resolution, in your opinion, should or should not Israel cease the construction in the territories? I'm sure it should not. I think it should not. Okay, so they think construction should continue. Over half of Israeli Jews. As far as you know, how many Jews now live in the West Bank / Judea and... Okay, at least they call it the West Bank in this one. Not counting the neighborhoods of expanded... Okay, the neighborhoods of expanded Jerusalem. If I remember, this is, like, on the Palestinian side of Jerusalem they're referring to. So these are also settlements. I'm not really interested in that one. Or I don't care how many people they think live there. Okay, so over half are against leaving the West Bank. Do you support the dismantling of settlements in the West Bank? Oppose. Yeah, this is the question I was referring to from Pew Research. It's like super like vaguely worded, or like you could like it's not like indicative of someone's overall feelings on settlement policy. Okay, let's get back to what we were talking about with this debate.
Forced ethnic lines to maintain the presence of an ethnicity and supremacy of an ethnicity in an area. That's like a fascist.
Okay, so I'll cut out a few of those words because it really just means to preserve.
And like a unifying like founding mythos that they're like using for the justification for that expansion. I mean, using like biblical terms to say it's Judea and Samaria, knowing full well it's like the West Bank. It was like agreed upon like territory of the Palestinians, right? Like yeah, there are a lot of. It's not like anti-Semitic to make this comparison. There are a lot of like neo-fascist elements to the, maybe it doesn't fall under, because there's like a democracy there, right? Even though like people who are governed under the occupation don't have those rights, but are affected by decisions, right? It is like the people within the core Israeli territory can vote or whatever. Maybe it doesn't formally meet fascist definitions in certain aspects, but there are certain like fascistic elements in the ways in certain aspects of Israel.
An ethnic majority, right? That's what it actually means. Not like
but that maintains the ethnic supremacy. Like if you've got anytime where you're going to be any rules that you craft to maintain ethnic majority there are going to have a knock-on of ethnic supremacy.
Yes, exactly, Aaron. And like calling like them the Amalek or whatever. There's so many fascist parallels to be drawn.
No.
If you mean supremacy in the sense that like you probably like the main ethnic group have like slightly more economic advantages and things like that, but when people say supremacy, I feel like they're always invoking things like fucking Jim Crow and shit.
Okay, well, I'm not invoking that. I'm not like a retarded lefty, so I'm not invoking that. I'm using very clinical supremacy that is in one ethnicity will be raised up above the others in that society.
Right. So the question is, what about if it's
like one ethnicity has a right to return, the other doesn't. It's called the state of this ethnicity, right? Even though like there's several people native to this land, right? Yeah, there's like the state governs land important to almost all Abrahamic faiths under numerous different types of people, but acknowledges its intent to like as purposed and existent to predominantly serve one. Or to base itself around one.
It's like inherently fascistic to want to maintain an ethnic majority in a particular area, right?
Yeah, to enforce that. Yeah.
Okay. Does it matter why they want it?
Yeah, I think it does to some extent. That's why I say I understand. Like, I wouldn't necessarily call someone fascist for this position, right? Where someone says, I don't believe that it's possible to have a one state, one vote situation right now. I think that'll be a horrible safety situation for both peoples. So I don't think that's possible right now. But in theory, I principally believe in one.
Yeah, that's my belief. That's my belief. Right? It's what I want, but I can acknowledge like I'm dreaming if I think like at the moment that's like possible right now.
State, one person, one vote. Right, that would be totally reasonable. That's like, yeah, you can't have these people living together right now, but there's no principal commitment to the maintenance of an ethnic majority.
Yeah, that's my position as well. Like, it
sure. But like let's say, so if most Jews believed, no, we just want this to be for the Jews, and you said, okay, that's fascist. Even if most Jews believe that, would that make you anti-Semitic if you took that position towards them?
If someone said that they wanted Israel to remain like a Jewish majority state, like as a right to exist as a Jewish majority state, and I said that's fascist, then I would say that that's like, I don't know, it's not inherently anti-Semitic. I guess it depends on like how much you've kind of ignored them to why you say it. But yeah, I think there is to some degree to have that like anti-Zionist position of this idea that like it's like you can only want a Jewish majority state in that region because you're a fascist. If that's your only explanation for it, then yeah, that probably would be anti-Semitic.
Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
Because you have to deny a lot of Jewish history to believe that. Yeah.
So you're saying that so let's say someone in England says, I think England should be English majority and we should make sure it's always English majority. And I don't mean English like civic English. I mean English like ethnic English.
Yeah.
We should always be English. And I call them a fascist. Would I be Anglophobic?
No.
Okay. Why are the rules different for the Jews versus the whites?
Because the Jews have had different rules for as long as they've existed. They've always been treated.
Well, I think a lot of people are sick of that,
they've always been treated. Yeah. What?
I think a lot of people are sick of the rules being different for Jews. I was joking. I'm just pissing around.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, but that's the thing. Like people complain about whatever they call like Jewish exceptionalism. Everyone's like, yeah, motherfucker. If a group is treated exceptionally, like by the entire world,
I do think this is like retarded thinking. I think this sort of thinking does just fuel anti-Semitism more than anything.
Yeah, because wait, what argument?
The argument you're making right now. You're making like you're saying, well, Jews have been treated different, so they get special rules now. Sorry, guys, we're letting the Jews do extra now. You guys don't get to do it, but the Jews
what special rules though? What?
But you're saying that ethno-states are fine when they're for Jews, basically, right? That's the point.
You realize I would say the same for Palestinians as well, right? Like if Palestinians got a state, I would be very fucking skeptical of someone who's saying that they should just have open borders and allow any like migration group to come in and
Dude, is Lonerbox a lefty? Is this guy could be talking about England right now? It'd be indistinguishable from like Tommy Robinson. And he could say, oh, well, it's different because they have a history of persecution. The conversation on Lonerbox end doesn't distinguish a political action or ideology from a theology dating back thousands of years, as Zionism is under 100 years old, or I guess Balfour Declaration. True. He's similar to Destiny in politics.
And right out their majority as well. Like a Palestinian state. Why is it called a Palestinian state? Because it'd be majority Palestinian Arabs.
Right.
Well, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong here. prior to the establishment of Israel, didn't the term Palestinian, right? Wasn't the term Palestinian, and this is like this is a talking point Zionists like to use to delegitimize the notion of a Palestinian people. That's the name for a peoples that did exist with a distinct culture, that they like the Arabs residing on that land, but wasn't like Palestinian like previously like an ethnic neutral kind of name. It was just like the name for like the land itself. Like it doesn't specifically have like or prior to, I don't even know why I'm talking about this. Prior to establishment of Israel, it didn't necessarily have like ethnic connotations. Palestine was the Roman name before the okay, got it. Oh yeah, because the Philistines or dude, I'm a history buff. Anything Roman, I don't touch it. I don't that part of history. I'm totally like I know like a little bit about like the Phoenicians and the fucking Romans and Hannibal and that's it. And Caligula like raped some people and Nero allegedly burned it down. And that's not really true. I don't know, dude. Rome is just not interesting to me. Too long ago to care. Too long ago to care.
Yeah, sure.
Is that fascist?
Well, no, but the point is that you have a principled commitment to the maintenance of the ethnicity, right? Assumedly, the idea of starting a Palestinian state isn't this place is going to be into perpetuity, majority Palestinian, enshrined in law, majority Palestinian. It's for the Palestinians forever. This is now their homeland that no one else that you can't immigrate to if you're going to fuck up the ethnic makeup. You can't. If you know, that's not the idea that I think anyone's saying when they say they want a Palestinian state. I think they're saying that the people there right now should have the ability to start a sovereign nation, to have a sovereign nation that is recognized under international law. It's not saying they should get an ethno state forever.
Okay, we're not talking about forever. So okay, let's say.
Well, we're not
Israel
talking about. Okay,
succeeded
so just to, maybe I've missed a point I meant to make here. I'm sort of trying to shave off the. I think there's safety concerns right now, so I don't think there should be one nation, one person, one vote. Right? I'm shaving off that position, and the person we're talking about who is advocating for an ethno state believes in an ethno state for that people. Okay, not just for some limited time safety issue, but as a principle, they believe in the ethno state.
Well, yeah, having it for its own sake when there's literally no other reason. If you live in a world where that level of discrimination and fear and persecution doesn't exist, then yeah, of course it doesn't make sense. That's why it doesn't make sense for the English. But obviously for the Jews, especially in the Middle East, that we're not in that world. We're not going to be in that world for probably most of our lifetime.
I don't think in the modern era, I genuinely am not under this belief that like in the modern era, Jewish safety can only be maintained with the existence of like an Israeli state. Like there are plenty of nations that Jews have resided in for fucking hundreds of years that have never engaged in like, and that's not to say it can't happen, but it can happen with any group of people. I think that the problem you've like previously had is a lot of anti-Semitism was rooted in religion. A lot of the Holocaust is a different case. Okay, there are people that were willing to turn a blind eye for religious reasons, but the Holocaust differed in the sense that it was racial. You know, like regardless of the religion you practiced, you're based on your descent and what your grandparents were or parents were, you would go to the camps, right? But now that besides that aspect, right, and that obviously is like one of the worst instance, right? And I can't really say besides that because it definitely happened, but I feel like we now have safeguards, at least in places like Europe, that would prevent something like that from happening again. And to be clear, okay, I know that Jews in Germany were saying, yeah, nothing like what's happening in Russia right now could happen here in Germany. But I think that there are plenty of places. The great life is that Israel is safe. The great lie is that Israel is safe for Jews. Yeah, it seems like the least safe play. It seems like the least safe plays. The United States has never expelled the Jews. The United States has never expelled it. There were lone instances of anti-Semitism, but relative to the persecution of other racial groups or ethnic groups in the United States, the persecution of Jews, like we were still able to exist and live and like thrive here. It's not like a, like the United States has been like and they'll pretend like it's not. It's still totally safe for Jews to live in, or at least I'd say as safe as it is for anybody else. This is true, Aiden. I have a very close friend from Israel who was IDF intelligence clearance and refused to go back. He says America should have just given Jews Wyoming or some empty state. We did. We gave them Utah. Don't the Mormons believe they're one of like the 12 lost tribes of Israel? What do you mean they stopped Jews from coming in, Aiden? Are you talking about Roosevelt and the boat? Or is that what you're talking about? Because it's the same thing I hear. The United States is anti-Semitic because Franklin Roosevelt turned away a boat one time. And that boat went back to Germany and people died in the Holocaust. I've not seen any evidence at that point in time that he was under the belief that he was sending these people to their death. This is like an anti-Roosevelt talking point that people like to use to like shit on Roosevelt or whatever. And based on what Roosevelt believed when he turned that boat away, I just have not seen like evidence that some like egregious anti-Semitic action. The consequence was egregious, but based on what he knew at that point in time. Most Jews that I'm pretty sure, at least they're in the West Coast, you have more like Persian Jews, right? They came after the Iranian Revolution. But on the East Coast, most Jews I think are Ashkenazi, and if I remember correctly, most Ashkenazi Jews came here from the Russian Empire pre-Holocaust, because there were like pogroms, I think from like the 1880s to like the early 1900s, pre-revolution, during the revolution, right? So prior to World War II, Jews were let into this country en masse. So it wasn't like all of a sudden, it wasn't like there was like an anti-Jew policy that meant that boat couldn't come in. I don't know. I hate these like that's one of like with what Roosevelt knew at that point in time, to like reduce him to like an anti-Semite is just like fucking ridiculous. I love Roosevelt so much, dude. I love him so much. God, man. I want to get like a picture of him on my wall. Can somebody edit like Roosevelt with like a six-pack? I gotta like put it on my wall. God.
Under your perspective, totally fine. If someone says, I'm a Jew, I believe in the right for Jews to have their homeland in Israel, I think Israel should be for the Jews.
Agreed. So the instances of anti-Semitism, which I was going to mention, is there were caps on Jews from entering certain universities, yes, and they were not allowed in certain country clubs. Relative to anti-Semitism in other parts of the world, right? It's not to say, oh, it's great because it's not as bad as like somewhere else. Relative to anti-Semitism in like other parts of the world, it was not like exceptionally fucking egregious here. You could still make a good life for yourself. There were aspects that were withheld from you that shouldn't have been, but that's because like academia at that point in time and like these private institutions favored like white Anglos, and in like country clubs and stuff and in the workforce area, you had discrimination as well against like Irish and Italians. I agree it may not have been on like the same extent, but like I'm pretty sure the first like major wave of Jewish immigration came here along with the Irish, the Italians. They lived in like very close proximity to each other in New York, and there were just similar discrimination in like country clubs and employment against all these groups, if I remember correctly.
Jews. And no, that's not because I'm worried about safety right now. I am worried about safety right now, but also I just think it should be for the Jews forever. You would say,
okay, and then obviously
oil up, donate, super chat, Streamlabs, sub to the channel, like the stream, join the Discord, join the Reddit.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Going faster for that.
Okay, okay. Because I think that's where a lot of people are coming at this from. I feel like that there's something that's happening is, I said essentially the same thing to you before, is people here say Hassan or someone talk about something like this, and then they get the response from the more lib side, and the more lib side is skipping 50 steps where it's like, well, yeah, well, I've spoken to lefties before. They actually think that it's fascist just to think that Israel should be allowed to maintain its borders for now and maintain the majority right now. They think that's fascist. So I'm assuming that when someone says it's fascist for Jews to want an ethno-state, what they actually mean is a tool and not the idea that a principled ethno-state should be maintained into perpetuity as a homeland for the Jews.
Okay, it's probably not good I'm playing this game while talking about this bad time, isn't it? Fuck.
It's like there's like 20 steps between the points where we're at, where basically in your head you've already narrowed down this statement about, well, like you've excluded other motivations for this statement, that I think a lot of people actually do hold. That is their actual motivation for calling these things fascist. They do.
Yeah, no, so I do consider a lot of different motivations. That's why I'm not very. That's why I don't say, oh, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, because there are a million reasons you can be anti-Zionist that aren't anti-Semitic. That's the reason when it comes to someone like Hassan, I held off on. I used to fight people on my own server who called him anti-Semitic because I just didn't buy that conclusion. The more I watch of him and the more I see just how flagrantly he denies anti-Semitism in the Middle East, concerns about demographics that actually are very valid right now for Jews in the Middle East, and the amount of denial that he does on Jewish history and like how like Middle Eastern Jews end up in Israel. Then from after hearing like where he's coming from with that and like that whole crowd, like because this crowd is not saying keep your ethnic majority now until it's safe to get rid of it. They want Israel destroyed like fucking yesterday. So
well, yeah, I understand that, but then
anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Okay, so you think it's anti-Semitic to believe one person, one vote now?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you think that is an anti-Semitic belief?
That's insane.
Not just anti-Semitic in practice.
That's crazy, bro. That's insane. This term has no meaning anymore with the way they're fucking using it. Holy shit. No, it does have meaning, obviously. It's like what the you guys used the term racism. It has no, it still has meaning. That's cope. Racism as a term still has meaning. But like, no, just because you're like you mistakenly believe in some idealized like this concept is like the ideal existence, right? And just because you're like utopian and think it can be achieved now, that doesn't mean you're like anti-Semitic. It just means you're like a little ignorant.
Practice, but anti-Semitic motivation.
I don't think it has to be motivation. Most people have no fucking idea.
But you think because that would lead to the death of Jews in Israel, that's anti-Semitic?
Yeah. It would be like here's the counters. Like let's say that Israel succeeds in their big project of like they want every Jew to return to the homeland, right? So it's like you've actually got like 16 million fucking Jews living from the river to the sea, and then they say, okay, well since now we're basically like 2/3 or 3/4 of the population, even with the West Bank and Gaza, and they say, all right, now we'll do one state solution. Let's go one person, one vote. Okay, because it's 25% Palestinian. What are they going to do anyway? Israel already kind of has that. And then Palestinians say, wait, fuck off. Like, we don't want to just have like be brought into this democracy with a country that has treated us like shit for the last 75 years, just so that we can exist as a minority and not like live the way that we want to in our own different society. And they would actually rather have a two-state. I would not call them fascist for one thing. I think they'd be very within their rights to oppose that. Do you?
Yeah, well, no. So obviously, fascist. The part that I'm saying is fascist is the maintenance of the ethnic majority. I think ultimately that there's some calculation.
There's so many aspects you could like compare to fascism. The expansionism, rooting that expansionism in like founding mythos, as I said before, Judea and Samaria. Like using biblical terms to refer to your fucking enemies. Ethnic supremacy from like sitting figures in government. There's so many fascist adjacent like aspects to the state as it exists today, and aspects that have always been present in the state of Israel. This conversation lacks pragmatic perspective, and I almost threw my phone when I first heard it. Yeah, I don't know how long. We're almost at 5 hours. I mean, how far are we into it now? I'll go for like a little bit longer.
You have to do with the creation of the actual creation of a nation, where it's like there's some balance between the sovereignty of the people that are there, the international law that already exists, and like some moral consideration about like whether they should be recognized. And yeah, if there's like a huge population in a landmass that have a radically different way of wanting to live their life to the other people, then yeah, you would probably want them to have their own sovereignty to be able to distinguish themselves and not kill each other basically.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with that, and I agree with the idea of, so you have to convince me.
Well, that would be the pragmatic. That would be the pragmatic perspective, right? So I think I could be. I don't want to quote Queeman here, but I think Queeman probably has a similar view that I've held on what would be ideal versus what would be pragmatic, and I think he's just reiterated the pragmatic approach. Because yeah, I just don't know if the ideal is realistic right now. But if just because you're like utopian, that just means you're ignorant and utopian. That doesn't mean you're like anti-Semitic because you believe in the ideal over like the utopian ideal over the pragmatic solution.
Israel probably needs to exist right now. You don't need to convince me on that. I'm not.
A one-state solution will never work. It would end like this. Listen, I was in a call and I said, what if we got like, because Yugoslavia lasted for like, I know it was before Tito came into power, but like Tito kept it together and it kind of fell apart and became like a little fascist when he died and broke apart. Whole fucking mess. But like, what if we got like a dictator from like some third ethnicity, like Druze or like a Chinese guy, to like go and like be the dictator of the one state, forcing the ethnic groups together? Could it work? Could it work?
Like, against calling that fascist. My issue is calling the people who think it should be one nation, one vote, person, one vote, calling those people fascist, the people that think it should be like that right now, calling those people anti-Semitic, rather. I don't think that's necessarily anti-Semitic. I don't think usually we would look at, say, the outcomes for a country that is sort of representative of the people and say that if you have a policy position that would be bad for that country but isn't motivated by wanting bad in that country, you are then somehow bigoted against the people that are represented by that country.
It's a standard that like we just wouldn't hold. And I agree there's a unique context, but like that the standard would still apply regardless of like the reasoning for like wanting certain things. If like those things I don't think have like a legitimate like the end effect of like implementing those things, like a majority, like I don't subscribe to the notion that that's like the only way to like ensure Jewish safety or whatever the fuck. But wait, hold on. Queeman lays it out so well. Yeah, he's okay. I could have done it better, but he's okay. I could have done it better, but it's no biggie, no biggie. I'll give him some debate tips. Bug Squander, I know you're watching right now. Unban me from Spicy Chat, and when stream's over, I could teach a little bro how to do it.
I don't see. We don't usually do that. I don't think that's a way we look at bigotry normally.
Yeah, which is why, like, even though, so let's say I have someone come over and they say they want the one person, one vote thing, I'm probably not going to call them anti-Semitic. I'm probably not even going to tell them I think this would lead to anti-Semitic outcomes, even though I do. I probably just engage with them on why they think that and if they've considered this or that or this or that. Yeah, like that's generally why with the anti-Semitic thing, I have a quite high threshold for throwing the accusation out.
Sure, but it seemed like you were saying that position is anti-Semitic, one person, one vote.
If you want it to happen right now, it would yield anti-Semitic outcomes. Yeah.
Sure, but I wouldn't say that.
So it's kind of like does make it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, but when you're calling somebody, okay, even if the outcomes are like indistinguishable, like the term is like meant to reflect a specific motive, right? And even if like the end result would have like outcomes that would be indistinguishable, you could just call it an atrocity instead of like anti-Semitic, like a word that's like meant to describe like the intentions or like I don't know. I feel I'm too tired for this, bro. Wait, you got banned again? What did you do? I used the word therefore. I'm not kidding. I used the word therefore. In 1 to 2 years, Queeman will unironically start calling male peers brother. Stylo isn't a fan. Dude, this guy's not a fan of anything, okay? Like, who molested this guy? Why has he always got to fucking stick up his ass? Can you send a message for me, Bug Squander? Can you ask Stylo for me, like, where Grandpa touched him? Where did Grandpa touch him? Because he seems to, like, always be, like, very mad. There's something he's, like, very mad about. A lot of, like, pent-up anger. And he seems to take it out on, like, people that don't deserve it. So, yeah, just, like, let him know. What his grandpa did to him, it's not my fault, okay?
So I think we would say that for pretty much anything else, right? If someone said, like, what's a good example here? If someone in the UK said, oh, I think we should get rid of all the speech restrictions in the UK, you wouldn't then turn around to them and go, oh, so you're racist then, because that would lead to racist outcomes.
No, but I don't think that's quite the same because, well, first of all, with the speech restrictions, it's not quite as clear as just saying like because one is like literally like abolishing a country. So
yeah, but I
don't think that's quite like a good analogy.
I mean, where's the disanalogy? But I just don't see that we would ever usually do this. The idea that you have a belief that things in this area or in this way should be fair among all people, that actually means you're a bigot.
Yeah, but that's why I told you I don't think when people say they want a one-state solution with voting rights, I might think that it's like anti-Semitic as a position, but I don't think
Sure.
that the
Well,
person
just
saying it
change my language here
necessarily
slightly. We wouldn't say that's a bigoted position. We wouldn't say, oh, you want things to be fair among all people in this area. That's a bigoted position.
But when they say they want it now, right? That's when they say they want to go right now into one person, one vote.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You just had a bigoted position. Even if there's some potential negative outcome, I wouldn't state that's a bigoted position.
Do you think it would currently have would you say they would have bigoted outcomes?
Bigoted outcomes? I mean, there would be like hate crimes and stuff like that. But I don't know what's bigoted outcomes mean. There would be more ethnic and religious violence as a result of that. Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think that's
Bonacox.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like to say like, but that's just kind of like.
This will definitely help, Aiden. Nothing can help me anymore. You try to be nice to these people. You give them a fucking inch. They take a mile. Okay? They take a mile. They take a mile. Nothing satisfies anyone. Why? You know what I'm sick of? I'm sick of grouches, man. I'm sick of people complaining just about like everything. Just like whiners. People are just like whining. Just whining all the time about shit. Now it's like, look at this dumb take Nicholas Diorio had. And I'm like, yeah, that take's retarded. And it's like, wait, you didn't like fucking rape his whole family? Sweeping alert. Nobody's ever satisfied. It's madness out there. It's total madness. They ban you from chats for using the word therefore. What's going to be next?
Going between whether or not you think someone opposing it, like, are they supporting this position, which might lead to bigoted outcomes for a bigoted reason, like for a non-bigoted reason? Well, then they're not bigoted, but the position might lead to bigoted outcomes. But is the position itself bigoted? Like, I guess probably not, because it would depend on where it's coming from.
Yeah, so that's all my issue is. It feels like in these tweets and a couple times in conversations, you're saying that the position is bigoted, but I don't really see that we would ever apply that with other cases.
True. But I'll say, oh, well, this is not like any other case. These people are like subject to like significant persecution. I think like that persecution is probably like a good explanation for how the society became so like radical. But other than that, like I think the principle of being against that is still like totally applicable, regardless if there's like additional justification.
The ethnic groups, I think it's only happening because it's Israel. I don't think we would usually use this the way you're using anti-Semitism. We wouldn't use it.
It would be bigoted in like the most micro way. So I would say this if it were the case that, say, Israel did manage to get like 16, 17 million Jews between the river and the sea, and then there's a one-state solution. Again, they can say it's equal rights and everyone being treated fairly, but in a sense, like, that's to me that would be like an anti-Palestinian measure, like, because it would be. I probably wouldn't say it in that way to someone. I'm just saying it to you just because it's like a frank conversation. But like, I wouldn't say, but that's not the position I've been saying on Twitter or like on my stream or anything. I've been constantly saying that just because you say this, like, I'm gonna call that a bigoted position. It's just a split between whether or not the outcome makes that a bigoted position or not. So as far as I'm not doing it just for Israel, I'm saying it would be the same if it was reversed on Palestinians as well.
That might be the case. I guess it's hard to. There's not as much scrutiny on the, ultimately you're out there defending Israel's actions because you're fighting with the lefties who are crazy on the other side, and so everything you're saying about it, I'm aware that everything you say about this, like, you're always you're put in a position where you're more likely to say things that are defensive of Israel just because of the type of engagements you're having. So I can't look at something and say, oh, well, here's him saying the exact same thing for people saying things about Palestine. It's kind of difficult for me to get an anchor point there to know if you're like.
It's just like a hypothetical because obviously we don't live in a world where there's 20 million Jews in Palestine and then and the whole region can become one state. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, last video I did was about the fucking offensive plan and how horrible that is. So the Zionists are very angry with me for that. But in any case, as far as what I was actually talking about that you were referring to on Twitter, that wasn't even about one person, one vote being a bigoted position. That was about specifically people saying that if you've even had the slightest sympathy with Israel.
Okay, dude, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm just gonna be dead airing it. I can't. Yeah, we've been going for like 5 hours. Queen's gonna be like lazy, but like it's almost 12. I've been keeping a good schedule. I'll be live tomorrow with the big coverage. Okay, something I'm very excited to cover. I'm gonna try to go live early. I don't really have a whole lot to do. I have to read a book, so maybe I'll just like read it out on stream. But yeah, good stream, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. You're gonna get in trouble. True. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Take care. Until next time. Lazy? Yeah, go fuck yourself, little bro. Peace, peace.